The Bloodstained Parasol by James Ravenscroft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anamika. The Bloodstained Parasol by James Ravenscroft. Within the room were sounds that were unpleasant to hear. They were dreadful, maniacal shouts of command, shrill cries of terror, and more awful because constantly broken by hoarseness, and moanings of infinite tenderness and sadness. "He is in one of his spells," the attendant said. "Perhaps it would be just as well not to see him now. It is not a picture you would want to carry with you." The attendant's voice was one of gentle solicitude and pathos. Doubtless long service in the place had made it so. It was a private sanitarium in the national capital for the hopelessly insane, to which my profession as specialist and alienist gained me admittance. The sounds hypnotized me. I could not turn away. The small iron grating in the upper part of the door drew me like a magnet, and I went and looked into the room. A pale-faced, emaciated, wild-looking man, standing in the middle of a bare mattress on a heavy iron bedstead, was yelling and gesticulating madly at some imaginary object at the bottom of the door.
"Get away! Curse you! Get away!"
he cried frantically.
"Begone, you brute! Out of my sight! Would to God I had burned you as fine as ashes! Oh! Oh!"
The groans which ended the fury cannot be described. They were those of a soul in agony. His whole appearance was that of one convulsed with a terror as of death. At first he did not see me as I peered through the grating. His eyes, bright with the glitter of madness, were fixed in a fearful stare at the bottom of the door. "It is over for a while," said the attendant. The words roused the man, and he raised his eyes to the grating. A wan smile of relief broke the expression of horror on his face, and he at once stepped off the bed and came to the door. A beady sweat, not the kind caused by heat, though the day was sultry, was on his brow and upper lip, and his body, relaxing from the tension of the spell, was shaking with the nervous palsy. He was clad in pajamas of some coarse white material, and his feet were bare. "Pardon me," he spoke in low tones and with an accent of breeding. "But that infernal dog distracted my attention, and I didn't see you. I'm glad you came. I remember you quite well indeed. You were doing intern work, were you not?" I yielded to his humor, grateful that I could help to ease his tortured spirit, and nodded affirmatively. The glitter in his eyes seemed to be intensified, and putting his face almost against the grating, as though he meant his speech to be confidential, he said, "Perhaps you saw her?" His voice was almost a whisper. "She came in when I was dissecting. I was always dissecting then, always dissecting. Understand? I cut things up, alive and dead, dead and alive. That was the beginning of the hell." He said it so sanely, so remorsefully, that I, startled, looked closely at him. Reason appeared to be reinstated on her throne. Then he broke out again. "I cut them to pieces, but I didn't burn the pieces, and they escaped out the windows, through the keyhole. They even hid in the pockets of my clothes until I was out in the street, and then they would leap out and dart away." He moistened his thin, dry lips with his tongue, and took hold of the bars of the grating, and went on. "No, I didn't burn the pieces, and they escaped. That dog follows me in pieces. At night its feet scratch at the bottom of the door, and its eyes look in between the bars of this window. Its red, dripping tongue lies on the bed beside me, and its hot, horrible breath smothers me. Its footsteps trot up and down the floor, and its hellish moans and whines drive me crazy. Listen! It was alive! That's why she struck me. A soft, white thing she was, and I threw up my hand and caught it. She dropped it, and I took it and kept it. That's it, standing in the corner over there. Involuntarily I shuddered and looked toward the corner designated by his gesture. There was nothing in any of the corners. And after the dog is gone, she comes. She comes slipping. I can't hear her. I can't see her. She comes to get her parasol, but when she sees the bloodstains on it, she turns to a ghost. I try to wash the stains out, but I can't. Every time I put water on them, they spread. He leaned closer to the bars, and with one eye cautiously on the attendant, he whispered, I'm working on a solution that will entirely remove the bloodstains, so she will take the parasol, for when she does, the dog will leave, and then I can get a long, quiet rest. He paused and looked furtively around the room, and then began his awful babblings again. He called piteously after me as the attendant took my arm and drew me away. I remembered little else that I saw in the sanitarium. Tell me about him, I implored, as soon as we were out of hearing of his cries. Who is he? How did he come to be here? The attendant hesitated. Not everyone should hear that story, he remarked, thoughtfully, as if half talking to himself. But of course, with you, a specialist, it is different. He took me to a chair on a porch. From there I could see into a section of the grounds of the inmates, where benighted beings were engaged in assuming their various and fantastic roles of madness. His name I shall not tell you, he began, for that is a secret, and very properly so. I shall only relate briefly what happened to him, as it came to me from his mother. His people are prominent and wealthy. It wrecked his mother's life, and the only thing that could be done was to give him up to this place. When they come here to see him, they wait until he is comparatively free from symptoms of an attack, and then they go in at the grating, as you did. Strange to tell, he recognizes only one of them, a sister, but he believes her to be a sister who died some 2 or 3 years before he became insane. Every possible care is given him, and every famous specialist in the country has examined him. They say it is useless to hope, that he will be raving mad to the end of his days. When the fury seizes him, he will hurl at his imaginary tormentors anything he can lift. That is why his room has nothing in it but a bed, and that is fastened to the floor with heavy cleats. The mattress, made of material that resists his nails, is securely attached to steel slats riveted to the bed frame, and there is no covering. Blankets, spreads, pillows, and sheets were given him at first, and he rent them to tatters fighting the dog. In the winter, his room is kept so warm that covering is not needed. His was accounted one of the brightest minds at the medical college in which he was a professor. It was predicted that he would do great things in surgery. He was making a special research in the field of vivisection. As he himself says, every time he can get someone to listen, that was the beginning of the hell. He was engaged to marry one of the loveliest young women of his city. From what I was told, she was as lovely in spirit as she was in person. The woman, it was said, was the real force that moved his work at such amazing strides. He was eager to give her the very best of his energies and talents. As a quiet and close observer of life, I am sometimes almost persuaded to believe in fate. The story is that a whim possessed his fiancée to go through the medical college, just, I presume, as a whim possessed you to go through this place. She said nothing to him of her intention, for she wanted to surprise him. 2 girlfriends accompanied her, and together they explored. An attendant, who must have been exceedingly careless, was directing them, and at a certain place in their adventure, fate willed that he should be called elsewhere for a few minutes. In those few minutes, a man was doomed to madness, a woman's heart was broken, and several decades were made desolate. The place where the attendant left them was in a corridor by the laboratory, where dissecting and other experimental work was done. The doctor's fiancée opened a door of the room and peeped in. At the opposite side, a man with his back to her was working over some object. She at once recognized the familiar figure, and, as fate would have it, She was seized with the caprice to steal up behind him. Telling her companions who he was, and bidding them wait in the corridor for the attendant, she went in, softly closed the door, and noiselessly tiptoed along the aisle between benches. If there had been more light, but why say if, other than if fate had not taken her there that day? Her lightly slippered feet made no sound, and she stood behind him unnoticed. He might have heard, but he was deeply engrossed in his work. She tilted slightly on one foot to look past him at the object which so held his attention. She gazed a moment, and then, as though forgetting his presence, she sprang to his side. A dog was stretched on the dissecting board. How she discovered the fact is a mystery, unless she saw with the inner and more penetrating vision. But she did see evidences of life in an animal that had been carefully prepared, by all the modern methods, as a subject for the dissector. The doctor dropped his instrument and stood staring at her, speechless. Had she dropped from above, he could not have been more amazed and startled. "It is alive!" the girl gasped. "Yes," he admitted. "You had better not look at it. Please come away. How did you get here?" The girl never moved, nor took her eyes from him. "It is in the interest of the science of saving and preserving human life," he began to explain. No doubt a cold fear was creeping into his heart at the sight of her. "It is done in nearly all colleges and hospitals, you know. The animal is under a powerful anesthetic and does not feel pain." A moment more she stood, so the tale goes, as though transfixed, and then, "You fiend! You coward!" she screamed, as she struck him in the face with her parasol. She swung it with all her strength for a second blow, and he threw up his hands to ward it off. There were red smears where he touched it, and when she saw them, she flung the parasol from her and swooned. Her companions, from where they were waiting in the corridor, heard the scream and the commotion, and rushed in just as the doctor was picking her up, and ran after him as he carried her to another room. He told them that she had fainted at the sight of the dissecting table. It was a fatal day for the doctor. In his excitement, he had forgotten to wipe his hands before he lifted the girl, and there were red finger marks on her white dress. Almost as soon as she revived, she saw them and swooned again. And when she again revived, she began trying to tear off the dress, like she had lost her reason. One of her companions telephoned to her home, and fresh clothes were brought. It was perhaps all of an hour later, when, sick and too weak to walk, she was carried from the room to which the doctor had taken her. That was the end. The doctor pleaded with the girl's father and mother, but in vain. She never again permitted him to see her. She said she would as soon marry a murderer. Night after night he paced the sidewalk in front of her home, and went away only when the lateness of the hour and the vacancy of the street made him conspicuous. He gave up his college work, neglected his personal appearance, and at last became like a haunted man. Many dark tales of what happened were whispered among friends and acquaintances of the two families. The girl became a nervous wreck, and finally her people broke up their home and moved to a distant city. Then something in the doctor's brain cracked, and, well, you have seen for yourself. He arose, a gentle reminder that he could not spare me more of his time. As we shook hands in parting, he said, "Vivisection may, possibly, be of service to medical and surgical science, but it has nothing to do with love." End of The Bloodstained Parasol.
The Cat Called Carlos by H.F. Leslie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Cat Called Carlos by H.F. Leslie. The old Melot place was a place of brooding mystery, of silence, and weird shadows crouching. Never a sound of life came from within its moldering walls. Never a light, gleamed from its vacant windows. Never a sign in the dark silence told that the place was tenanted, except when the moon would reach a long finger of light down through the pines that crowned the ragged ledge across the road to point out a single window with a white face there, staring into the night. A white face watching, listening. Old Widow Malott, a foreigner to the entire countryside because of a thin stream of Spanish blood that ran through her veins, lived there alone with her crutch and a gaunt white cat of mystery that watched and listened with her at the window. He was a monstrous beast, as cats go, fully 20 pounds in weight, and his green-yellow eyes flamed out from the smear of black that lay across his face like an evil mask. Queer tales were told in our countryside about the old woman and her cat. She called him Carlos, and those who claimed to know insisted that she would hold the beast in her arms and talk to him as if he were human and could understand her. She was judged crazy for that, for Carlos had been the name of her boy. The woman, this I heard from the lips of my father, for I was only a lad of 10 when she began her uncanny vigil at the window, had come to the neighboring village when a slip of a girl of 20. She was beautiful then, beauty with a charm and fire not often found in our quiet country girls. Her dancing feet, the sharp click of her castanets, her flashing smile of white teeth between red lips, called a challenge to the young men of the village. Among them all, the keenest rivalry for her favor lay between Big Joe Malott and the ne'er-do-well Vim Willis. She married Malott. Willis was a poor loser. Others, who had known the warmth of her smile, and had hoped for a time, wished them well and danced at their wedding, but Willis came at the height of merrymaking with drunken threats in his mouth. In the glow of the moment she defied him, weaving a tantalizing dance before him and snapping her black castanets in his face, until he lost his head and would have laid hands upon her had Malott not struck him down. They carried him away with his nose on the side of his face from the blow, and the next day he left the village. Malott took his wife home. A year later the boy, Carlos, was born, and in 2 years more she was a widow. Strong and unafraid, she lived on and somehow achieved a living for herself and the boy from the little farm. The man Willis stayed away for a dozen years. Then he came back. Fearing the ridicule of those who would remember his wrecked face and that wedding night, he built himself a rough camp in the woods and lived there alone. He tried to establish himself in the favor of the widow Malott, but she would have none of him. It became his habit to sit brooding in the shadow of the pines atop the ledge where he could look down upon the woman and her boy at work in the fields. Carlos was 14 then, old enough to carry his dead father's gun and supply their frugal table with what game the woodlands afforded. Willis was a drunken loafer with a great passion for hunting and fishing. He won the boy, could show him where the big trout lurked in the hidden pools, where the partridges fed in the alder swamp, and on secluded ridges, thickets where the deer hid cunningly. The evil spell of the man was powerful, and many a stolen visit the boy made to the camp in the woods. I was only a lad of 10 when Carlos met his death. That was more than 20 years ago, but if I live to be 100, I shall never forget that gray day of tragedy. Father had me with him in the buggy that day. We were coming home from the village, had just topped the rise that gave us a close view of the Malott place, when we heard a woman scream. We heard her leap from the doorway of the big brick house and run swiftly across the road. The red and yellow of her dress looked like a wind-blown flame as she ran. We saw her stumble among the rocks on the roadside, twist and fall, and then go dragging herself onward toward the shadow of the ledge. We found her at the foot of the ledge, among the rocks and briar bushes, with her arms around the broken body of her boy, pleading for his voice. Thorns had raked her skin, and the expression of hate on the bloody face that she finally flung back to look at the ledge above was one to remember until death. We followed her gaze and saw the head of Vint Willis come sliding slowly into view over the rim of the ledge. Dull comprehension and terror were battling in his ugly, crooked-nosed face. Then it seemed that every drop of blood drained from his flesh and left it gray as ashes, when his eyes met those of the woman. I had a strange fancy that there was an invisible wire from eye to eye, and that I could hear a thin crackle of sparks between them. The tension broke when she suddenly flung her arms above her head and snarled some words in a tongue that I could not understand. She fell forward then upon her face, and I thought she was dead. Father wasted no words. He ordered Vint Willis to come down and help him, and the man came, stumbling down the winding path that led from the ledge top near to where we stood. The neck of a broken bottle was clenched tight in Carlos' hand, and bits of glass tinkled on the rock when my father lifted the boy in his arms. The odor of liquor was heavy all around us. Father faced Willis, cursed him, his voice as brittle as hard steel. "You'll swing for this. I ought to fix you now. Help Mrs. Malott there. She's fainted. Hurt, too." Father started for the house with Carlos. I watched Willis, fascinated by the look on his crooked face. He had not moved and was staring past me. I turned, and I saw a cat, a white cat, half-grown and gaunt, crouching close beside the prostrate woman on the very spot where the boy had lain across the jagged rocks. The ears of the beast were flat against his snaky skull, his lips drawn away from his teeth in a hissing snarl, and from the smear of black that lay across his face, his green-yellow eyes were blazing out upon the man with a look that made my flesh creep. And there Vint Willis stood, swaying uncertainly, on his feet and staring at the snarling cat. Then he wheeled with a drunken oath and lurched back up the path. The shadows of the pines received him, and I heard a snatch of a maudlin song come drifting down the ledge. Father came back swiftly. "Where's Willis?" he demanded. I pointed up the path, and for a second time that day I heard him curse the man. Then he bade me turn the team around and drive back to the village after the doctor, while he carried the woman to the house. I laid the whip on the old mare, and well within an hour I was back with the doctor. I followed close behind his heels when he went into the house with his black bag. "The boy is dead," Father told him. He had carried the woman to her bed. He led the doctor there, bidding me to stay in the living room while they straightened her twisted leg. I was afraid to be alone, but I forced myself to huddle in the great chair and wait with fast-beating heart for them to finish their work behind the closed door. Twilight shadows were creeping round me, filling the somber room. The tall clock in the corner began to seem alive as it told off the long seconds with slow and hollow voice. Fear grew into terror, and then I saw the eyes of the strange cat blazing out upon me from the shadows at the foot of the clock. I shivered with dread and fled to the side of my father. They were questioning the woman as to what she had seen atop the ledge, but she held grim silence, speaking only to bid them "No," when they proposed to send the sheriff after Vint Willis. The smoldering fire in her black eyes when his name was mentioned was like that in the eyes of the white cat, fire, yet it chilled me to the bone. When we reached home, my father sent my sister to stay with the woman until she should be able to walk again, Then he took his rifle from the pegs over the door and went himself to the camp of Vent Willis. He found the place deserted, locked. The man was gone. Willis did not come back. The weeks rolled on to months, and the months to years, and his name became a memory. The widow Malotte grew old with the passing of these years. She lived on alone with her crutch and the gaunt beast of a cat, a crazed woman, waiting, watching, listening through the years. And her place fell into decay, became a place of silent ruin by day and of sinister menace when the shadows of night closed down. Without means, she lived on the charity of the neighbors. It was my duty to carry the milk that my father gave her each day, milk that she divided with scrupulous care with the gaunt white cat. The terror that had gripped me when in the somber room I had seen the eyes of the beast upon me never left me. It dried my throat and dragged at my feet on the nights when the milking was late and those sinister shadows lay thick about the place when I drew near. I feared to enter the gloomy house, feared with a terror that I could not define. The stagnant night air about the place seemed always charged with grim expectancy. Often, when I had set the milk upon her table and put my hand to the latch to go, she would hold up her bony hand to bid me silent while she bent her head to listen. Listen as she did at the dark window at night. Listen for something she could not quite hear. And the gaunt cat would lift his snaky head and listen with her, his green-yellow eyes chilling me to inaction in that uncanny silence, silence broken only by the hollow beating of the old clock in the corner. Then she would drop her hand and shake her head, and mumble, "Not tonight." And the clock would echo her words, "Not tonight, not tonight." As I grew older, my nameless dread to enter the place grew upon me. Yet through the formless pattern of my fears ran a thread of prickling curiosity. I could not dispel the fancy that I was an unwilling spectator to some weird drama stretching through the years, waiting for some terrifying climax. There came a night when I was later than usual with the milking, and it was full dark before I set out for the Malotte place. It was a soundless night in mid-August, sultry, oppressive, with the promise of approaching storm. There was continuous play of lightning in the western sky, with never a rumble of thunder to break the ominous quiet. The whole world seemed muffled when I came in sight of the Malotte place. I paused, tried to moisten my dry lips with a drier tongue, while I watched the play of lightning over the dull gray of the barn and the sudden red of the house itself. The weird glimmer played over the curtainless windows like torchlight over oily pools of stagnant water. As I drew close to the house, reluctant feet dragging, I saw the old woman's face at the open window, listening for something in the soundless night. So tense was her posture, so wild her staring eyes, that I caught myself listening too, with bated breath, while a cold hand seemed to brush my spine when I spied the gleaming eyes of the cat close behind her. The cat she called Carlos. I had never seen the woman smile, but now a slow grimace came writhing over her withered face, a smile of malevolent triumph that made my flesh crawl. Then she nodded her head decisively, and in that dead silence I could hear the muffled beating of the old clock behind the walls, beating words into my straining ears with each measured swing of the pendulum. Tonight, 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 tonight. Like a sleeper powerless in the grip of some fantastic dream, I stood there beside the great elm tree. I saw the woman throw back her head and laugh. but no sound came from her throat. She rose from her chair, paused a moment with the unholy smile twisted over her features. Then she passed into black shadow beyond my vision. I heard her crutch clatter sharply to the floor. That sound seemed to break the chains that held me. Like a swimmer up from a deep dive, I shook my head and gasped. I turned to flee the place. But another sound came to my nervously acute senses, halting my flight before it had begun. It was a cadence of song far down the road, faint upon the still air. It stirred me with elusive memory. The tongue of the singer was thick, maudlin in song. Nearer, louder, and in a flash of memory I recognized the voice, the song. I had heard it 20 years ago, drifting down the ledge. Vint Willis was coming back. Sudden weakness seized my legs. I sank down in the tall grass of the dooryard. The man passed through the hollow, mounted the gentle hill, and came into view. There was stumble and drag to his legs, and little puffs of road dust curled up around his ankles as his feet came heavily down. My attention was brought back sharply to the house by the click of a latch. The door swung slowly open, and the woman faltered into view. Her crutch was discarded, and she was clad in a dress of white, a bridal dress. Across her sunken shoulders, over the shimmering gown, lay a mantilla of black lace. A jeweled Spanish comb sparkled in her hair, and on her hands were castanets. Beside her crouched the gaunt white cat, his green-yellow eyes flaming with baleful fire upon the man weaving his unsteady way along the road. She stepped out upon the door, unsteadily down to the grass of the path. Then her hands went up, and I heard the click of castanets. There was no breath of air astir in the sultry oppressiveness of the night, yet the leaves of the great elm above me seemed to stir with whispering melody, a whisper that set my scalp a-tingle. Again the castanets clicked sharply, and the strains of a Spanish dance sang through my dizzy brain while those castanets ripped out the emphasis. Slowly she moved down the path. Slowly. Then she whirled out into the dust of the road in the figure of a dance, directly in the path of the approaching man. He halted, paused, a bewildering hand across his eyes, tried to speak. Twice his mouth opened, but no sound came. She was close to him. A tremor raced through his body, and he found his voice, laughed drunkenly, and put out his hands to grasp her. But she eluded him, whirled away while he was mounting an oath, and stumbling after her. Elusive as the figure of a dream, across the road, into the looming shadow of the ledge, up the winding path that led to the top, she made her way, and he followed, stumbling, cursing. And there, on the rim of the ledge, against the dark backdrop of pines, she danced in her wedding dress, dancing as she might have danced on her wedding night. On the dangerous edge of the fall she danced, tantalized the man with mocking shoulders and beckoning arms like two white snakes weaving in the lightning glare. He leapt for her. She swung away from him. He lurched past her, stumbling on the brink of the ledge, fell to his knees, and tottered there, swayed, out. In that breathless moment, the muffled voice of the old clock came through the walls. The man recovered his balance, dragged himself erect, stood with his feet braced wide. In silent fury, the woman hurled herself toward him. He gave back a step. She faltered, swayed. Then her arms dropped, and she collapsed like a bit of white cloth, unsupported. The man laughed with drunken exhalation, bent to put his hands upon her. Then a sudden cry broke from his throat, blood-curdling in that weird silence. "My God! Carlos! Carlos!" He staggered back, futile hands clutching at the gaunt white demon of the cat that leapt upon him from the shadows and fastened at his face. He floundered back and over the rim of the ledge. I found my legs then. The suffocating terror that had held me loosed its grip, and I hurried up the path to the top of the ledge. The widow Mulot was dead. I found Willis broken on the rugged rocks below, a look of ghastly terror fixed to his glassy eyes and on his ugly twisted face. The gaunt white cat, the cat called Carlos, had vanished. The end of The Cat Called Carlos by H.F. Leslie.
The Cat of the Canebrake by Frederick Stewart Green. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Cat of the Canebrake by Frederick Stewart Green. "Sally? Oh, Sally, I'm a-going now." Jim Gant pushed back the limp brim of his rusty felt hat and turned colorless eyes toward the cabin. A young woman came from around the corner of the house. From each hand dangled a bunch of squawking chickens. She did not speak until she had reached the wagon. "Now, Jim, you ain't a-goin' to let them fellers down in Andalusia get you inter no blind tiger, are ya?" The question came out in a hopeless drawl. Hopeless, too, her look into the man's sallow face. "I ain't touched a drop in more'n 3 months, has I?" Jim's answer was in a sullen key. "Nah, Jim, you've been doin' right well lately." She tossed the chickens into the wagon, thoughtless of the hurt to their tied and twisted legs. "They're worth 2 bits apiece. That comes to $2, Jim. Don't you take a nickel less than that." Jim gave a listless pull at the cotton rope that served as reins. "Get up thar, mule," he called, and the wagon creaked off on wobbling wheels down the hot, dusty road. The woman looked scornfully at the man's humped-over back for a full minute, turned and walked to the house, a hard smile at her mouth. Sally Gant gave no heed to her drab surroundings as she crossed the short stretch from road to cabin. All her 22 years had been spent in this far end of Alabama, where one dreary, unkempt clearing in the pine woods is as dismal as the next. Comparisons which might add their fuel to her smoldering discontent were spared her. Yet, unconsciously, this bare, grassless country, with its flat miles of monotonous pine forests, its flatter miles of rank canebrake, served to distill a bitter gall, poisoning all her thoughts. The double cabin of Jim Gant, its 2 rooms separated by a dog trot, an open porch cut through the center of the structure, was counted a thing of luxury by his scattered neighbors. Gant had built it 4 years before, when he took up the land as his homestead and Sally for his wife. The labor of building this cabin had apparently drained his stock of energy to the dregs. Beyond the necessary toil of planting a small patch of corn, a smaller one of sweet potatoes, and fishing in the sluggish waters of Pigeon Creek, he now did nothing. Sally tended the chickens, their one source of money, and gave intermittent attention to the half-dozen razorback hogs, which, with the scrubby mule, comprised their toll of livestock. As the woman mounted the hewn log that served as a step to the dog trot, she stopped to listen. From the kitchen came a faint noise, a sound of crunching. Sally went on silent feet to the door. On the table, littered with unwashed dishes, A cat was gnawing at a fish head. A gaunt beast, its lean flanks covered with wiry fur, except where ragged scars left exposed the bare hide. Its strong jaws crushed through the thick skull bone of the fish as if it were an empty bird's egg. Sally sprang to the stove and seized a pine knot. "Doggone your yaller hide!" she screamed. "Get out of here!" The cat wheeled with a start and faced the woman, its evil eyes glittering. "Get, you yaller devil!" the woman screamed again. The cat sprang sidewise to the floor. Sally sent the jagged piece of wood spinning through the air. It crashed against the far wall, missing the beast by an inch. The animal arched its huge body and held its ground. "You varmint, I'll get you this time." Sally stooped for another piece of wood. The cat darted through the door ahead of the flying missile. "I'll kill you yit," Sally shouted after it. "And he can't hinder me neither." She sat down heavily and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was several minutes before the woman rose from the chair and crossed the dog trot to the sleeping room. Throwing her faded sunbonnet into a corner, she loosened her hair and began to brush it. Sally Gant was neither pretty nor handsome, but in a country peopled solely by pine woods crackers, her black hair and eyes, clear skin, and white teeth made her stand out. She was a woman and young. To a man also young, who for 2 years had seen no face unpainted with the sallow hue of chills and fever, no eyes except faded blue ones framed by white straggling lashes, no sound teeth, and the unsound ones stained always by the snuff stick, she might easily appear alluring. With a feminine deftness, Sally recoiled her hair. She took from a wooden peg a blue calico dress, its printed pattern as yet unbleached by the fierce suns. It gave to her slender figure some touch of grace. From beneath the bed she drew a pair of heavy brogans, a shoe fashioned, doubtless, to match the listless nature of the people who most use them, slipping on or off without hindrance from lace or buckle. As a final touch, she fastened about her head a piece of blue ribbon, the band of cheap silk making the flash in her black eyes the brighter. Sally left the house and started across the rubbish-littered yard. A short distance from the cabin, she stopped to look about her. "I'm dog-tired of it all," she said fiercely. "I hates the house. I hates the whole place, and more'n all, I hates Jim." She turned, scowling, and walked between the rows of growing corn that reached to the edge of the clearing. Here began the pine woods, the one saving touch nature has given to this land. Beneath the grateful shade, she hastened her steps. The trees stood in endless, disordered ranks, rising straight and bare of branch until high aloft their spreading tops caught the sunlight. A quarter of a mile brought her to the lowland. She went down the slight decline and stepped within the canebrake. Here gloom closed about her. The thickly growing cane reached to twice her height. Above the cane the cypress spread its branches, draped with the sad, gray moss of the south. No sun's ray struggled through the rank foliage to lighten the sodden earth beneath. Sally picked her way slowly through the swamp, peering cautiously beyond each fallen log before venturing a further step. Crawfish scuttled backward from her path to slip down the mud chimneys of their homes. The black earth and decaying plants filled the hot, still air with noisome odors. Thousands of hidden insects sounded through the dank stretches their grating calls. Slimy water oozed from beneath the heavy soles of her brogans. Green and purple bubbles were left in each footprint, bubbles with iridescent oily skins. As she went around a sharp turn, she was caught up and lifted clear from the ground in the arms of a young man, a boy of about 20 or thereabout. "Oh, Bob, you scared me. You certainly are rough." Without words, he kissed her again and again. "Now, Bob, you quit. Ain't you had enough?" Could I ever have enough? "Aw, Sally, I love you so." The words trembled from the boy. "You certainly ain't like none of 'em round here, Bob." There was some pride in Sally's drawling voice. "I never seed none of the men folks act with gals like you does." There's no other girl like you to make them. Then, holding her from him, he went on fiercely, You don't let any of 'em try it, do you? Sally smiled up into his glowing eyes. You knows I don't. They'd be afeard of Jim. The blood rushed to the boy's cheeks. His arms dropped to his side. He stood sobered. Sally, we can't go on this way any longer. That's why I asked you to come to the river today. What's it going to stop us? A frightened look crossed the woman's face. I'm going away. She made a quick step toward him. You ain't lost your job on the new railroad? No. Come down to the boat where we can talk this over. He helped her down the bank of the creek to a flat-bottomed skiff and seated her in the stern with a touch of courtesy before taking the cross seat facing her. No, I haven't lost my job, he began earnestly. But my section of the road is about finished. They'll move me to another residency further up the line in about a week. She sat silent a moment, her black eyes wide with question. He searched them for some sign of sorrow. What can I do after you're gone? There was a hopeless note in her voice. It pleased the boy. Well, that's the point. Instead of letting them move me, I'm going to move myself. He paused that she might get the full meaning of his coming words. I'm going away from here tonight, and I'm going to take you with me. No, I dasn't. She shrank before his steady gaze. He moved swiftly across to her. Throwing his arms around her, he poured out his words. Yes, you will. You must. You love me, don't you? Sally nodded in helpless assent. Better than anything in this world? Again, Sally nodded. Then listen. Tonight at 12, you come to the river. I'll be waiting for you at the edge of the swamp. We'll row down to Bruton. We can easily catch the 6:20 to Mobile, and once there, we'll begin to live, he finished grandly. But I can't. Are you crazy? How can I get away and Jim right in the house? I thought of all that. You just let him see this. He drew a bottle from beneath the seat. You know what he'll do to this. It's the strongest corn whiskey I could find. Oh, Bob, I'm a-scared to. Don't you love me? His young eyes looked reproach. Sally threw both arms about the boy's neck and drew his head down to her lips. Then she pushed him from her. Bob, is it so what the men folks all say, that the railroad gives you $100 every month? He laughed. Yes, you dear girl, and more. I get $125, and I've been getting it for 2 years in this God-forsaken country, and nothing to spend it on. I've got over $1,000 saved up. The woman's eyes widened. She kissed the boy on the mouth. They 'lows how you're the smartest engineer on the road. The boy's head was held high. Sally made some mental calculations before she spoke again. Oh, Bob, I just can't. I'm a-scared to. He caught her to him. A man of longer experience might have noted the sham in her reluctance. My darling, what are you afraid of? He cried. What are we going to do after we gets to Mobile? No, I've thought of everything. They're building a new line down in Texas. We'll go there. I'll get another job as resident engineer. I have my profession, he ended proudly. You might get tired and want to get shed of me, Bob. He smothered her words under fierce kisses. His young heart beat at bursting pressure. In bright colors, he pictured the glory of Mobile, New Orleans, and all the world that lay before them to love each other in. When Sally left the boat, she had promised to come. Where the pine trees meet the canebrake, he would be waiting for her at midnight. At the top of the bank, she turned to wave. Wait, wait, called the boy. He rushed up the slope. Quit, Bob, you're hurting me. She tore herself from his arms and hastened back along the slimy path. When she reached the pine wood, she paused. More'n $1,000, she murmured, and a slow, satisfied smile crossed over her shrewd face. The sun, now directly over the tops of the trees, shot its scorching rays through the foliage. They struck the earth in vertical shafts, heating it to the burning point. Not a breath stirred the glistening pine needles on the towering branches. It was one of those noon times which, in the moisture-charged air of southern Alabama, makes life a steaming hell to all living things, save reptiles and lovers. Reaching the cabin, Sally went first to the kitchen room. She opened a cupboard and, taking the cork from the bottle, placed the whiskey on the top shelf and closed the wooden door. She crossed the dog trot to the sleeping room. A spitting snarl greeted her entrance. In the center of the bed crouched the yellow cat, its eyes gleaming, every muscle over its bony frame drawn taut, ready for the spring. The woman, startled, drew back. The cat moved on stiff legs nearer. Unflinchingly, they glared into each other's eyes. "Get out of here before I kill you, you yeller devil!" Sally's voice rang hard as steel. The cat stood poised at the edge of the bed, its glistening teeth showing in its wide mouth. Without an instant's shift of her defiant stare, Sally wrenched a shoe from her foot. The animal, with spread claws, sprang straight for the woman's throat. The cat and the heavy brogan crashed together in midair. Together they fell to the floor. The cat landed lightly, silently, and bounded through the open door. Sally fell back against the log wall of the cabin, feeling the skin at her throat with trembling fingers. "Jim! Oh, Jim!" Sally called from the cabin. "Come on in, your supper's ready." "He ain't took nothing to drink today," she thought. "It's nigh 3 months now. He'll be most crazy." The man took a few sticks of wood from the ground and came on, dragging feet through the gloom. As Sally watched his listless approach, she felt in full force the oppressive melancholy of her dismal surroundings. Awakened by the boy's enthusiastic plans, imagination stirred within her. In the distance, a girdled pine stood clear-cut against the horizon. Its bark, peeled and fallen, left the dead, naked trunk the color of dried bones. Near the stunted top, one bare limb stretched out. Unnoticed 1,000 times before, to the woman it looked tonight a ghostly gibbet against the black sky. Sally shuddered and went into the lighted kitchen. "I just killed a rattler down by the woodpile." Jim threw down his load and drew a splint-bottomed chair to the table. "Ground rattler, Jim?" "No, sirree, a hell-bending big diamondback." "Did you hurt the skin?" Sally asked quickly. "No, I chopped his neck clean, short to the head, and I done it so darn quick his fangs is a-sticking out yet, I reckon." "Did he strike at you?" "Yes, sirree, and the pison came out of his mouth just like a fog." "Ah, you're fooling me." "No, I ain't neither. I heard tell of it, but I never seed it before. The ground was kind of black where he lit, and just as I brought the axe down on him, there I seed a little puff-like, same as white steam, in front of his mouth." "How big was he, Jim?" "'11 rattles on a button." "Did you skin him?" "No, it was too darn dark, but I hung him high up so the hogs won't get at him. His skin'll fetch full bits down at Andaluchy." "Ax him 6, Jim. Them big uns is getting kind of scarce." Jim finished his supper in silence. The killing of the snake had provided more conversation than was usual during 3 meals among Pinewood's people. As Sally was clearing away the dishes, the yellow cat came through the door. Slinking close to the wall, it avoided the woman and sprang upon the knees of its master. Jim grinned into the eyes of the beast and began stroking its coarse hair. The cat set up a grating purr. Sally looked at the two for a moment in silence. "Jim, you gotta kill that cat." Jim's grin widened, showing his tobacco-stained teeth. "Jim, I'm a-telling you, you gotta kill that cat." "And I'm a-telling you I won't." "Jim, it sprung at me today and would have hurt me something terrible if I hadn't hit it over the head with my shoe." "Well, you must have done something to make him. You leave him alone and he won't pester you." The woman hesitated. She looked at the man, as yet undecided. After a moment she spoke again. "Jim Gant, I'm axing you for the last time. Which does you think more'n of, me or that snarling varmint?" "Now, he don't snarl at me as much as you does," the man answered doggedly. "Anyway, I ain't a-goin' to kill him. And you gotta leave him alone, too. You just mind your own business. Go tote the mattress out on the trot. It's too darn hot to sleep in the house." The woman passed behind him to the cupboard, reached up, opened wide the wooden door and went out of the room. Jim stroked the cat, its grating purr growing louder in the stillness. A minute passed. Into the dull eyes of the man a glitter came, and grew. Slowly he lifted his head. Farther and farther his chin drew up, until the cords beneath the red skin of his neck stood out in ridges. The nostrils of his bony nose quivered. He sniffed the hot air like a dog straining to catch a distant scent. His tongue protruded and moved from side to side across his lips. Standing in the darkness without, the woman smiled grimly. Abruptly the man rose. The forgotten cat fell, twisted in the air, and lighted on its feet. Jim wheeled and strode to the cupboard. As his hand closed about the bottle, the gleam in his eyes became burning flames. He jerked the bottle from the shelf, threw his head far back. The fiery liquor ran down his throat. He returned to his seat. The cat rubbed its ribbed flank against his leg. He stooped and lifted it to the table. Waving the bottle in front of the yellow beast, he laughed. "Here's to yer, and to all yer," and swallowed half a tumblerful of the colorless liquid. Sally dragged the shuck mattress to the dog trot. Fully dressed, she lay, waiting for midnight. An hour went by before Jim shivered the empty bottle against the log wall of the kitchen. Pressing both hands hard upon the table, he heaved himself to his feet, upsetting the candle in the effort. He leered at the flame and slapped his bare palm down on it. The hot, melted wax oozed up, unheeded, between his fingers. Clinging to the tabletop, he turned himself toward the open door, steadied his swaying body for an instant, then lurched forward. His shoulder crashed against the doorpost. His body spun halfway round. The man fell flat upon his back, missing the mattress by a yard. The back of his head struck hard on the rough boards of the porch floor. He lay motionless, his feet sticking straight up on the doorsill. The yellow cat sprang lightly over the fallen body and went out into the night. Wide-eyed, the woman lay, watching. After moments of tense listening, the sound of faint breathing came to her from the prone figure. Sally frowned. "He's too no-count to get killed," she said aloud, and turned on her side. She judged from the stars it was not yet 11. Drowsiness came. She fell into uneasy slumber. Out in the night, the yellow cat was prowling. It stopped near the woodpile. With extended paw, it touched lightly something that lay on the ground. Its long teeth fastened upon it. The cat slunk off toward the house. Without sound, it sprang to the floor of the dog trot. Stealthily, its body crouched low, it started to cross through the open way. As it passed the woman, she muttered and struck out in her sleep. The cat flattened to the floor. Near the moving arm, the thing it carried fell from its teeth. The beast scurried out across the opening. The night marched on to the sound of a million voices calling shrilly through the gloom. The woman awoke. The stars glowed pale from a cloudy midnight sky. She reached out her right hand, palm down, to raise herself from the bed, throwing her full weight upon it. 2 needle points pierced her wrist. A smothered cry was wrung from her lips. She reached with her left hand to pluck at the hurt place. It touched something cold, something hard and clammy, some dead thing. She jerked back the hand. A scream shivered through the still air. Pains, becoming instantly acute, unbearable, darted through her arm. Again she tried to pull away the torturing needle points. Her quivering hand groped aimlessly in the darkness. She could not force herself a second time to touch the dead, clinging thing at her wrist. Screaming, she dragged herself to the man. "Jim, I'm hurt! Help me! Help me!" The man did not move. "Jim, wake up! Help me!" she wailed uselessly to the inert man. The terrifying pain spurted from wrist to shoulder. With her clenched left hand, she beat against the man's upturned face. "You drunken fool, help me! Take this thing away!" The man lay torpid beneath her pounding fist. Along the path to Pigeon Creek, where the pine woods run into the canebrake, a boy waited until the eastern sky grew from black to gray. Then, with cautious tread, he began to move, his face turned toward the cabin. As he neared the clearing, the gray in the east changed to red. He left the woods and entered the field of corn. His footfalls made no sound on the earth between the furrows. At the cabin, he drew close against the wall and listened. A man's heavy breathing reached his straining ears. Slowly, he moved toward the opening in the middle of the house. Above the breathing, he heard a grating noise. Between the deep-drawn breaths and the grating, another sound came to him, a harsh, rhythmic scratching. The edge of the sun rose abruptly above the flat earth, sending light within the opening. The boy thrust his head around the angle. A yellow cat was sitting at the foot of the mattress. From its throat, grating purrs came in regular measure. Between each purr, the beast's spread claws clutched and released the stiff ticking. Beyond lay the man. Between the cat and the man, stretched across the shuck bed, was the woman, her glassy eyes staring up into the grinning face of the cat. From her shoulder, reaching out toward the boy, was a vivid, turgid thing, a hand and arm puffed beyond all human shape. From the swollen wrist, its poisoned fangs sunk deep into an artery, hung the mangled head of a snake. The swaying corn blades whipped against the boy's white face as he fled between the rows. End of The Cat of the Canebrake by Frederick Stewart Green. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Cave of Murdered Men, a Fantasy by W. Benson Dooling. From Weird Tales Magazine, December 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Cave of Murdered Men by W. Benson Dooling. A chill, penetrating wind made the place insufferable for any but the dead. Wet, mossy substance clung to the rocky walls, floor, and ceiling. Several corked bottles of ancient wines lay on the rock-hewn table. Fungus and spider-like webbing almost concealed the jade green of the glass. Bats flew about, horribly shrieking and thudding as their insect-ridden wings struck against the mossy cavern walls. A speckled snake hissed a call of warning to a hunger-mad rat. The place was dedicated to, by, and for the dead. What life existed there was low life, starved life, pestilent life. The dead were there. The murdered men were there in a body. Men who had been poisoned. Men who had been hung. Men who had hung themselves. Men who had been cut by a saber or pierced by a rapier. Men who had dined with Borgia. They were all there, and there they must stay until their murders were avenged. They sat about the cave in pensive melancholy. Their long black cloaks hung in tatters about their bony frames. Several of them carried sabers. One had a monocle wedged in his eye socket. Another held a leafless rose in his hand. They sat about and talked in whispers that harmonized strangely with the eerie whispering of that biting wind. Tales were told. Tales of blinded faith, tales of money left in trust, tales of stock markets, tales of roulette wheels, tales of love, and tales of mad orgies. Now and then, as a drinking story was told, A parched tongue touched thirsty lips. Weary eyes wandered to the fungus-covered wine bottles that they could not touch, and back again to the faces of thirsty comrades. A door in the wall of the cavern, a door of solid onyx with a knob of lapis lazuli. The door to the outside world swung open. A figure entered and seated himself at the table. There was an expectant silence. After a moment he raised his head. There was sorrow in his eyes. "I have been avenged," he said. "I will go now. Another will take my place." He raised a bottle from the table, broke the neck against the rock with a long, sweeping motion of his bony arm, and drank deeply. "I drink," he murmured, "to your new comrade." He faded into nothingness. A figure rose and gathered his tattered cloak about him. The onyx door swung open. He nodded to his comrades and was gone. The light canoe bobbed up and down with the turbulent waters of the swiftly moving river. A pale, gray-haired man seated in the stern guided the frail craft as well as possible in the swiftly moving tide. He glanced over his shoulder to see if the Thing still followed him. It was there, true enough, a few yards behind. He paddled more fiercely. Would he never shake the Thing? It had been with him for the last month. It had trailed him through the streets of a big city. It had followed him when he sought relief from it and his thoughts to his country villa. It had stared over his shoulder when he played at cards. It had spoiled his putts on the golf course. It had laughed with him at the musical comedy. It had cried with him at the tragic opera. He did not know what or who it was, but he knew that it worried him. It bore 51 strange, abstract resemblances to the man he had murdered so many years ago. It could not be Radnor. Radnor was dead. A kingfisher swooped low and away with a bright flash of color. An owl gave a melancholy hoot from the thick-foliaged shore. The Thing behind him gave a hollow laugh, a laugh that blended strangely with the unseasonable wind. He raised his hand nervously to his hair. It had been glossy black 3 weeks ago. It was a dull gray now. A chill, not of the night wind, seemed to freeze the marrow in his bones. He laughed a discordant laugh in answer to the Thing. He glanced back again and again. His eyes were staring strangely. There was a queer light in them, a light not so much fear as madness. The Thing was gaining on him. There was no doubt of that. Perhaps it would like a drink from the silver flask in his pocket. He would fool it. There was only enough for one. He would make for the shore. That was the thing to do. The bow of the light canoe turned gently to the right. In a moment, it was caught in the churning current. The man in the stern stood bolt upright. The canoe swirled round and round, then sailed out into space, over the falls, in a 50-foot drop to the angry rocks below. The man saw, just before he dropped, that the Thing behind had gone. The onyx door swung open and closed again. A man in a tattered cloak walked to the table and seated himself. There was an expectant silence. He took a bottle from the table, broke the neck, and drank deeply. "I drink," he said, "to your new comrade." The End of The Cave of Murdered Men by W. Benson Dooling.
The Closed Window by A. C. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Closed Window by A. C. Benson. The Tower of Naught stood in a deep angle of the downs. Formerly an old road led over the hill, but it is now a green track covered with turf, the later highway choosing rather to cross a low saddle of the ridge for the sake of the beasts of burden. The tower, originally built to guard the great road, was a plain, strong, thick-walled fortress. To the tower had been added a plain and seemly house, where the young Sir Mark de Naught lived very easily and plentifully. To the south stretched the great wood of Naught, but the tower stood high on an elbow of the down, sheltered from the north by the great green hills. The villagers had an odd, ugly name for the tower, which they called the Tower of Fear, but the name was falling into disuse, and was only spoken, and that heedlessly, by ancient men, because Sir Mark was vexed to hear it so called. Sir Mark was not yet 30, and had begun to say that he must marry a wife, but he seemed in no great haste to do so, and loved his easy, lonely life, with plenty of hunting and hawking on the down. With him lived his cousin and heir, Roland Elise, a heedless, good-tempered man, a few years older than Sir Mark. He had come on a visit to Sir Mark when he first took possession of the tower, and there had seemed no reason why he should go away. The two suited each other. Sir Mark was sparing of speech, fond of books and of rhymes. Roland was different, loving ease and wine and talk, and finding in Mark a good listener. Mark loved his cousin, and thought it praiseworthy of him to stay and help to cheer so sequestered a house, since there were few neighbours within reach. And yet Mark was not wholly content with his easy life. There were many days when he asked himself why he should go thus quietly on, day by day, like a stalled ox. Still, there appeared no reason why he should do otherwise. There were but few folk on his land, and they were content. Yet he sometimes envied them their bondage and their round of daily duties. The only place where he could else have been was with the army, or even with the court. But Sir Mark was no soldier, and even less of a courtier. He hated tedious gaiety, and it was a time of peace. So, because he loved solitude and quiet, he lived at home, and sometimes thought himself but half a man. Yet he was happy after a sort, but for a kind of little hunger of the heart. What gave the tower so dark a name was the memory of old Sir James de Naught, Mark's grandfather, an evil and secret man, who had dwelt at Naught under some strange shadow. He had driven his son from his doors, and lived at the end of his life with his books and his own close thoughts, spying upon the stars and tracing strange figures in books. Since his death, the old room in a turret top, where he came by his end in a dreadful way, had been closed. It was entered by a turret door, with a flight of steps from the chamber below. It had 4 windows, one to each of the winds, but the window which looked upon the down was fastened up and secured with a great shutter of oak. One day of heavy rain, Roland, being wearied of doing nothing and vexed because Mark sat so still in a great chair reading in a book, said to his cousin at last that he must go and visit the old room in which he had never set foot. Mark closed his book and, smiling indulgently at Roland's restlessness, rose, stretching himself, and got the key, and together they went up the turret stairs. The key groaned loudly in the lock, and, when the door was thrown back, there appeared a high, faded room with a timbered roof and with a close, dull smell. Round the walls were presses, with the doors fast. A large oak table, with a chair beside it, stood in the middle. The walls were otherwise bare and rough. The spiders had spun busily over the windows and in the angles. Roland was full of questions, and Mark told him all he had heard of old Sir James and his silent ways, but said that he knew nothing of the disgrace that had seemed to envelop him, or of the reasons why he had so evil a name. Roland said that he thought it a shame that so fair a room should lie so nastily, and pulled one of the casements open, when a sharp gust broke into the room with so angry a burst of rain that he closed it again in haste. Little by little, as they talked, a shadow began to fall upon their spirits, till Roland declared that there was still a blight upon the place, and Mark told him of the death of old Sir James, who had been found, after a day of silence, when he had not set foot outside his chamber, lying on the floor of the room, strangely bedabbled with wet and mud, as though he had come off a difficult journey, speechless, and with a look of anguish on his face, and that he had died soon after they had found him, muttering words that no one understood. Then the two young men drew near to the closed window. The shutters were tightly barred, and across the panels were scrawled in red, in an uncertain hand, the words "Claudit et nemo aperit," which Mark explained was the Latin for the text, "He shutteth and none openeth." And then Mark said that the story went that it was ill for the man that opened the window, and that shut it should remain for him. But Roland girded at him for his want of curiosity, and had laid a hand upon the bar as though to open it, but Mark forbade him urgently. "Nay," said he, "let it remain so. We must not meddle with the will of the dead." And, as he said the words, there came so furious a gust upon the windows that it seemed as though some stormy thing would beat them open. So they left the room together, and, presently descending, found the sun struggling through the rain. But both Mark and Roland were sad and silent all that day, for though they spake not of it, there was desire in their minds to open the closed window, and to see what would befall. In Roland's mind it was like the desire of a child to peep into what is forbidden, but in Mark's mind a sort of shame to be so bound by an old and weak tale of superstition. Now it seemed to Mark, for many days, that the visit to the turret room had brought a kind of shadow down between them. Roland was peevish and ill at ease, and ever the longing grew upon Mark, so strongly that it seemed to him that something drew him to the room, some beckoning of a hand or calling of a voice. Now, one bright and sunshiny morning, it happened that Mark was left alone within the house. Roland had ridden out early, not saying where he was bound, and Mark sat, more listlessly than was his wont, and played with the ears of his great dog, that sat with his head upon his master's knee, looking at him with liquid eyes, and doubtless wondering why Mark went not abroad. Suddenly Sir Mark's eye fell upon the key of the upper room, which lay on the window ledge where he had thrown it, and a desire to go up and pluck the heart from the little mystery came upon him with a strength that he could not resist. He rose twice and took up the key, and, fingering it doubtfully, laid it down again. Then suddenly he took it up, and went swiftly into the turret stair, and up, turning, till his head was dizzy with the bright peeps of the world through the loophole windows. Now all was green, where a window gave on the down, and now it was all clear air and sun, the warm breeze coming pleasantly into the cold stairway. Presently Mark heard the pattering of feet on the stair below, and knew that the old hound had determined to follow him, and he waited a moment at the door, half pleased, in his strange mood, to have the company of a living thing. So when the dog was at his side, he stayed no longer, but opened the door and stepped within the room. The room, for all its faded look, had a strange air about it, and though he could not say why, Mark felt that he was surely expected. He did not hesitate, but walked to the shutter and considered it for a moment. He heard a sound behind him. It was the old hound, who sat with his head aloft, sniffing the air uneasily. Mark called him and held out his hand, but the hound would not move. He wagged his tail as though to acknowledge that he was called, and then he returned to his uneasy quest. Mark watched him for a moment, and saw that the old dog had made up his mind that all was not well in the room, for he lay down, gathering his legs under him, on the threshold, and watched his master with frightened eyes, quivering visibly. Mark, no lighter of heart, and in a kind of fearful haste, pulled the great staple off the shutter and set it on the ground, and then wrenched the shutters back. The space revealed was largely filled by old and dusty webs of spiders, which Mark lightly tore down, using the staple of the shutters to do this. It was with a strange shock of surprise that he saw that the window was dark, or nearly so. It seemed as though there were some further obstacle outside, yet Mark knew that from below the leaded panes of the window were visible. He drew back for a moment, but, unable to restrain his curiosity, wrenched the rusted casement open. But still all was dark without, and there came in a gust of icy wind from outside. It was as though something had passed him swiftly, and he heard the old hound utter a strangled howl. Then turning, he saw him spring to his feet with his hair bristling and his teeth bare, and next moment the dog turned and leapt out of the room. Mark, left alone, tried to curb a tide of horror that swept through his veins. He looked round at the room, flooded with the southerly sunlight, and then he turned again to the dark window, and putting a strong constraint upon himself, leaned out, and saw a thing which bewildered him so strangely that he thought for a moment his senses had deserted him. He looked out on a lonely, dim hillside, covered with rocks and stones. The hill came up close to the window, so that he could have jumped down upon it, the wall below seeming to be built into the rocks. It was all dark and silent, like a clouded night, with a faint light coming from whence he could not see. The hill sloped away very steeply from the tower, and he seemed to see a plain beyond, where at the same time he knew that the down ought to lie. In the plain there was a light, like the fire-lit window of a house. A little below him, some shape, like a crouching man, seemed to run and slip among the stones, as though suddenly surprised and seeking to escape. Side by side with the deadly fear which began to invade his heart came an uncontrollable desire to leap down among the rocks, and then it seemed to him that the figure below stood upright and began to beckon him. There came over him a sense that he was in deadly peril, and, like a man on the edge of a precipice who has just enough will left to try to escape, he drew himself by main force away from the window, closed it, put the shutters back, replaced the staple, and, his limbs all trembling, crept out of the room, feeling along the walls like a palsied man. He locked the door, and then, his terror overpowering him, he fled down the turret stairs. Hardly thinking what he did, he came out on the court, and going to the great well that stood in the centre of the yard, he went to it and flung the key down, hearing it clink on the sides as it fell. Even then he dared not re-enter the house, but glanced up and down, gazing about him, while the cloud of fear and horror by insensible degrees dispersed, leaving him weak and melancholy. Presently Roland returned, full of talk, but broke off to ask if Mark were ill. Mark, with a kind of surliness, an unusual mood for him, denied it somewhat sharply. Roland raised his eyebrows and said no more, but prattled on. Presently, after a silence, he said to Mark, "What did you do all the morning?" And it seemed to Mark as though this were accompanied by a spying look. An unreasonable anger seized him. "What does it matter to you what I did?" he said. "May not I do what I like in my own house?" "Doubtless," said Roland, and sate silent, with uplifted brows. Then he hummed a tune, and presently went out. They sate at dinner that evening with long silences, contrary to their wont, though Mark bestirred himself to ask questions. When they were left alone, Mark stretched out his hand to Roland, saying, "Roland, forgive me. I spoke to you this morning in a way of which I am ashamed. We have lived so long together, and yet we came nearer to quarrelling today than we have ever done before, and it was my fault." Roland smiled, and held Mark's hand for a moment. "Oh, I had not given it another thought," he said. "The wonder is that you can bear with an idle fellow as you do." Then they talked for a while with the pleasant glow of friendliness that two good comrades feel when they have been reconciled. But late in the evening, Roland said, "Was there any story, Mark, about your grandfather's leaving any treasure of money behind him?" The question grated somewhat unpleasantly upon Mark's mood, but he controlled himself and said, "No, none that I know of, except that he found the estate rich and left it poor, and what he did with his revenues no one knows. You had better ask the old men of the village. They know more about the house than I do. But, Roland, forgive me once more if I say that I do not desire Sir James's name to be mentioned between us. I wish we had not entered his room. I do not know how to express it, but it seems to me as though he had sate there, waiting quietly to be summoned, and as though we had troubled him, and as though he had joined us. I think he was an evil man, close and evil, and there hangs in my mind a verse of Scripture where Samuel said to the witch, 'Why hast thou disquieted me to bring me up?' Oh," he went on, "I do not know why I talk wildly thus," for he saw that Roland was looking at him with astonishment, with parted lips, "but a shadow has fallen upon me, and there seems evil abroad." From that day forward a heaviness lay on the spirit of Mark that could not be scattered. He felt, he said to himself, as though he had meddled light-heartedly with something far deeper and more dangerous than he had supposed, like a child that has aroused some evil beast that slept. He had dark dreams too. The figure that he had seen among the rocks seemed to peep and beckon him with a mocking smile over perilous places where he followed unwilling. But the heavier he grew, the lighter-hearted Roland became. He seemed to walk in some bright vision of his own, intent upon a large and gracious design. One day he came into the hall in the morning, looking so radiant that Mark asked him half enviously what he had to make him so glad. "Glad?" said Roland. "Oh, I know it. Merry dreams, perhaps. What do you think of a good grave fellow who beckons me on with a brisk smile and shows me places, wonderful places, under banks and in woodland pits, where riches lie piled together? I am sure that some good fortune is preparing for me, Mark, but you shall share it." Then Mark, seeing in his words a certain likeness, with a difference, to his own dark visions, pressed his lips together and sate looking stonily before him. At last, one still evening of spring, when the air was intolerably languid and heavy for mankind, but full of sweet promises for trees and hidden peeping things, though a lurid redness of secret thunder had lain all day among the heavy clouds in the plain, the two dined together. Mark had walked alone that day, and had lain upon the turf of the down, fighting against a weariness that seemed to be poisoning the very springs of life within him. But Roland had been brisk and alert, coming and going upon some secret and busy errand, with a fragment of a song upon his lips, like a man preparing to set off for a far country who is glad to be gone. In the evening, after they had dined, Roland had let his fancy rove in talk. "If we were rich," he said, "how we would transform this old place." "It is fair enough for me," said Mark heavily, and Roland had chidden him lightly for his sombre ways, and sketched new plans of life. Mark, wearied and yet excited, with an intolerable heaviness of spirit, went early to bed, leaving Roland in the hall. After a short and broken sleep, he awoke, and lighting a candle, read idly and gloomily to pass the heavy hours. The house seemed full of strange noises that night. Once or twice came a scraping and a faint hammering in the wall. Light footsteps seemed to pass in the turret. But the tower was always full of noises, and Mark heeded them not. At last he fell asleep again, to be suddenly awakened by a strange and desolate crying that came he knew not whence, but seemed to wail upon the air. The old dog, who slept in Mark's room, heard it too. He was sitting up in a fearful expectancy. Mark rose in haste, and taking the candle, went into the passage that led to Roland's room. It was empty, but a light burned there, and showed that the room had not been slept in. Full of a horrible fear, Mark returned and went in hot haste up the turret steps, fear and anxiety struggling together in his mind. When he reached the top, he found the little door broken forcibly open, and a light within. He cast a haggard look round the room, and then the crying came again, this time very faint and desolate. Mark cast a shuddering glance at the window. It was wide open, and showed a horrible liquid blackness. Round the bar in the centre that divided the casements there was something knotted. He hastened to the window, and saw that it was a rope which hung heavily. Leaning out, he saw that something dangled from the rope below him, and then came the crying again out of the darkness, like the crying of a lost spirit. He could see, as in a bitter dream, the outline of the hateful hillside, but there seemed to his disordered fancy to be a tumult of some kind below. Pale lights moved about, and he saw a group of forms which scattered like a shoal of fish when he leaned out. He knew that he was looking upon a scene that no mortal eye ought to behold, and it seemed to him at the moment as though he was staring straight into hell. The rope went down among the rocks and disappeared, but Mark clenched it firmly and, using all his strength, which was great, drew it up, hand over hand. As he drew it up, he secured it in loops round the great oak table. He began to be afraid that his strength would not hold out, and once, when he returned to the window after securing a loop, a great hooded thing like a bird flew noiselessly at the window and beat its wings. Presently he saw that the form which dangled on the rope was clear of the rocks below. It had come up through them, as though they were but smoke, and then his task seemed to him more sore than ever. Inch by painful inch he drew it up, working fiercely and silently. His muscles were tense, and drops stood on his brow, and the veins hammered in his ears. His breath came and went in sharp sobs. At last the form was near enough for him to seize it. He grasped it by the middle and drew Roland, for it was Roland, over the window-sill. His head dangled and drooped from side to side. His face was dark with strangled blood, and his limbs hung helpless. Mark drew his knife and cut the rope that was tied under his arms. The helpless limbs sank, huddling on the floor. Then Mark looked up. At the window a few feet from him was a face, more horrible than he had supposed a human face, if it was human indeed, could be. It was deadly white, and hatred, baffled rage, and a sort of devilish malignity glared from the white-set eyes and the drawn mouth. There was a rush from behind him. The old hound, who had crept up unawares into the room, with a fierce outcry of rage, sprang onto the window-sill. Mark heard the scraping of his claws upon the stone. Then the hound leapt through the window, and in a moment there was the sound of a heavy fall outside. At the same instant the darkness seemed to lift and draw up like a cloud. A bank of blackness rose past the window and left the dark outline of the down, with a sky sown with tranquil stars. The cloud of fear and horror that hung over Mark lifted too. He felt in some dim way that his adversary was vanquished. He carried Roland down the stairs and laid him on his bed. He roused the household, who looked fearfully at him, and then his own strength failed. He sank upon the floor of his room, and a dark tide of unconsciousness closed over him. Mark's return to health was slow. One who has looked into the unknown finds it hard to believe again in the outward shows of life. His first conscious speech was to ask for his hound. They told him that the body of the dog had been found, horribly mangled as though by the teeth of some fierce animal, at the foot of the tower. The dog was buried in the garden, with a slab above him, on which are the words, Rege serve bone et fidelis. A silly priest once said to Mark that it was not meet to write scripture over the grave of a beast, but Mark said warily that an inscription was for those who read it, to make them humble, and not to increase the pride of what lay below. When Mark could leave his bed, his first care was to send for builders, and the old Tower of Naught was taken down, stone by stone, to the ground, and a fair chapel built upon the site. In the wall there was a secret stairway, which led from the top chamber, and came out among the elder bushes that grew below the tower, and here was found a coffer of gold, which paid for the church, because, until it was found, it was Mark's design to leave the place desolate. Mark is wedded since, and has his children about his knee. Those who come to the house see a strange and wan man, who sits at Mark's board, and whom he uses very tenderly. Sometimes this man is merry, and tells a long tale of his being beckoned and led by a tall and handsome person, smiling, down a hillside to fetch gold, though he can never remember the end of the matter. But about the springtime he is silent, or mutters to himself, and this is Roland. His spirit seems shut up within him in some close cell, and Mark prays for his release. But till God call him, he treats him like a dear brother, and with the reverence due to one who has looked out on the other side of death, and who may not say what his eyes beheld. End of The Closed Window. Recording by Rafe Ball.
The Interval by Vincent O'Sullivan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Interval by Vincent O'Sullivan. Mrs. Wilton passed through a little alley leading from one of the gates, which were around Regent's Park, and came out on the wide and quiet street. She walked along slowly, peering anxiously from side to side, so as not to overlook the number. She pulled her furs closer around her. After her years in India, this London damp seemed very harsh. Still, it was not a fog today. A dense haze, grey and tinged ruddy, lay between the houses, sometimes blowing with a little wet kiss against the face. Mrs. Wilton's hair and eyelashes and her furs were powdered with tiny drops, but there was nothing in the weather to blur the sight. She could see the faces of people some distance off and read the signs on the shops. Before the door of a dealer in antiques and second-hand furniture, she paused and looked through the shabby, uncleaned window at an unassorted heap of things, many of them of great value. She read the Polish name fastened on the pane in white letters. Yes, this is the place. She opened the door, which met her entrance with an ill-tempered jangle. From somewhere in the black depths of the shop the dealer came forward. He had a clammy white face, with a sparse black beard, and wore a skull-cap and spectacles. Mrs. Wilton spoke to him in a low voice. A look of complicity, of cunning, perhaps of irony passed through the dealer's cynical and sad eyes, but he bowed gravely and respectfully. "Yes, she is here, madam. Whether she will see you or not, I do not know. She is not always well. She has her moods, and then we have to be so careful. The police, not that they would touch a lady like you, but the poor alien has not much chance these days." Mrs. Wilton followed him to the back of the shop, where there was a winding staircase. She knocked over a few things in her passage and stooped to pick them up, but the dealer kept muttering, "It does not matter, surely it does not matter." He lit a candle. "You must go up these stairs. They are very dark, be careful. When you come to a door, open it and go straight in." He stood at the foot of the stairs holding the light high above his head, and she ascended. The room was not very large, and it seemed very ordinary. There were some flimsy, uncomfortable chairs in gilt and red. 2 large palms were in corners. Under a glass cover on the table was a view of Rome. The room had not a business-like look, thought Mrs. Wilton. There was no suggestion of the office or waiting room where people came and went all day. Yet you would not say that it was a private room which was lived in. There were no books or papers about. Every chair was in the place it had been placed when the room was last swept. There was no fire, and it was very cold. To the right of the window was a door covered with a plush curtain. Mrs. Wilton sat down near the table and watched this door. She thought it must be through it that the soothsayer would come forth. She laid her hands listlessly, one on top of the other, on the table. This must be the 10th seer she had consulted since Hugh had been killed. She thought them over. No, this must be the 11th. She had forgotten that frightening man in Paris who'd said he'd been a priest. Yet of them all it was only he who had told her anything definite. But even he could do no more than tell the past. He told of her marriage. He even had the duration of it right, 21 months. He told too of their time in India. At least, he knew that her husband had been a soldier, and said he had been on service in the colonies. On the whole, though, he had been as unsatisfactory as the others. None of them had given her the consolation she sought. She did not want to be told of the past. If Hugh was gone forever, then with him had gone all her love of living, her courage, all her better self. She wanted to be lifted out of the despair, the dazed, aimless drifting from day to day, longing at night for the morning, and the morning for the fall of night, which had been her life since his death. If somebody could assure her that it was not all over, that he was somewhere, not too far away, unchanged from what he had been here, with his crisp hair, and rather slow smile, and lean brown face, that he saw her sometimes, that he had not forgotten her. Oh, Hugh, darling. When she looked up again, the woman was sitting there before her. Mrs. Wilton had not heard her come in. With her experience, wide enough now, of seers and fortune-tellers of all kinds, she saw at once that this woman was different from the others. She was used to the quick appraising look, the attempts, sometimes clumsy, but often cleverly disguised, to collect some fragments of information, whereupon to erect a plausible vision. But this woman looked as if she took it out of herself. Not that her appearance suggested intercourse with the spiritual world more than the others had done. It suggested that, in fact, considerably less. Some of the others were frail, yearning, evaporated creatures, and the ex-priest in Paris had something terrible and condemned in his look. He might well sup with the devil, that man, and probably did in some way or another. But this was a little fat, weary-faced woman, about 50, who only did not look like a cook because she looked more like a sempstress. Her black dress was all covered with white threads. Mrs. Wilton looked at her with some embarrassment. It seemed more reasonable to be asking a woman like this about altering a gown than about intercourse with the dead. That seemed even absurd in such a very commonplace presence. The woman seemed timid and oppressed. She breathed heavily and kept rubbing her dingy hands, which looked moist, one over the other. She was always wetting her lips and coughed with a little dry cough. But in her, these signs of nervous exhaustion suggested overwork in a close atmosphere, bending too close over the sewing machine. Her uninteresting hair, like a rat's pelt, was eked out with a false addition of another colour. Some threads had got into her hair, too. Her harried, uneasy look caused Mrs. Wilton to ask compassionately, "Are you much worried by the police?" "Oh, the police! Why don't they leave us alone? You never know who comes to see you. Why don't they leave me alone? I'm a good woman. I only think. What I do is no harm to anyone." She continued in an uneven, querulous voice, always rubbing her hands together nervously. She seemed to the visitor to be talking at random, just gabbling, like children do sometimes before they fall asleep. "I wanted to explain," hesitated Mrs. Wilton, but the woman, with her head pressed close against the back of the chair, was staring beyond her at the wall. Her face had lost whatever little expression it had. It was blank and stupid. When she spoke, it was very slowly, and her voice was guttural. "Can't you see him? It seems strange to me that you can't see him. He is so near you. He is passing his arm round your shoulders." This was a frequent gesture of Hugh's, and indeed at that moment she felt that somebody was very near her, bending over her. She was enveloped in tenderness. Only a very thin veil, she felt, prevented her from seeing. But the woman saw. She was describing Hugh minutely, even the little things like the burn on his right hand. "Is he happy? Oh, ask him, does he love me?" The result was so far beyond anything she had hoped for that she was stunned. She could only stammer the first thing that came into her head. "Does he love me?" "He loves you. He won't answer, but he loves you. He wants me to make you see him. He is disappointed, I think, because I can't. But I can't, unless you do it yourself." After a while she said, "I think you will see him again. You think of nothing else. He is very close to us now." Then she collapsed, and fell into a heavy sleep and lay there motionless, hardly breathing. Mrs. Wilton put some notes on the table and stole out on tiptoe. She seemed to remember that downstairs in the dark shop, the dealer with the waxen face detained her to show some old silver and jewellery and such like. But she did not come to herself. She had no precise recollection of anything till she found herself entering a church near Portland Place. It was an unlikely act in her normal moments. Why did she go in there? She acted like one walking in her sleep. The church was old and dim, with high black pews. There was nobody there. Mrs. Wilton sat down in one of the pews and bent forward with her face in her hands. After a few minutes she saw that a soldier had come in noiselessly and placed himself about 6 rows ahead of her. He never turned round, but presently she was struck by something familiar in the figure. First, she thought vaguely that the soldier looked like her Hugh. Then, when he put up his hand, she saw who it was. She hurried out of the pew and ran towards him. "Oh, Hugh! Hugh, have you come back?" He looked round with a smile. He had not been killed. It was all a mistake. He was going to speak. Footsteps sounded hollow in the empty church. She turned and glanced down the dim aisle. It was an old sexton or verger who approached. "I thought I heard you call," he said. "I was speaking to my husband." But Hugh was nowhere to be seen. "He was here a moment ago." She looked about in anguish. "He must have gone to the door." "There's nobody here," said the old man gently. "Only you and me. Ladies are often taken funny since the war. There was one in here yesterday afternoon, said she was married in this church and her husband had promised to meet her here. Perhaps you were married here?" "No," said Mrs. Wilton desolately. "I was married in India." It might have been 2 or 3 days after that when she went into a small Italian restaurant in the Bayswater district. She often went out for her meals now. She'd developed an exhausting cough, and she found that it somehow became less troublesome when she was in a public place looking at strange faces. In her flat there were all the things that Hugh had used. The trunks and bags still had his name on them, with the labels of places where they'd been together. They were like stabs. In the restaurant people came and went, many soldiers too among them, just glancing at her in her corner. This day, as it chanced, she was rather late, and there was nobody there. She was very tired. She nibbled at the food they brought her. She could almost have cried from tiredness and loneliness and the ache in her heart. Then suddenly he was before her, sitting there opposite at the table. It was as it was in the days of their engagement, when they used sometimes to lunch at restaurants. He was not in uniform. He smiled at her and urged her to eat, just as he used to in those days. I met her that afternoon as she was crossing Kensington Gardens. She told me about it. "I've been with Hugh." She seemed most happy. "Did he say anything?" "No. Yes. I think he did, but I could not quite hear. My head was so very tired. The next time—" I did not see her for some time after that. She found, I think, that by going to places where she had once seen him, the old church, the little restaurant, she was more certain to see him again. She never saw him at home, but in the street or the park he would often walk along beside her. Once he saved her from being run over. She said she actually felt his hand grabbing her arm suddenly when the car was nearly upon her. She had given me the address of the clairvoyant, and it is through that strange woman that I know, or seem to know, what followed. Mrs. Wilton was not exactly ill last winter. Not so ill, at least, as to keep to her bedroom, but she was very thin, and her great handsome eyes always seemed to be staring at some point beyond, searching. There was a look in them that seamen's eyes sometimes have when they are drawing on a coast of which they are not very certain. She lived almost in solitude. She hardly ever saw anybody except when they sought her out. To those who were anxious about her, she laughed and said she was very well. One sunny morning she was lying awake, waiting for the maid to bring her tea. The shy London sunlight peeped through the blinds. The room had a fresh and happy look. When she heard the door open, she thought that the maid had come in. Then she saw that Hugh was standing at the foot of the bed. He was in uniform this time, and looked as he had looked the day he went away. "Oh, Hugh, speak to me. Will you not say just one word?" He smiled and threw back his head just as he used to in the old days at her mother's house when he wanted to call her out of the room without attracting the attention of the others. He moved towards the door, still signing to her to follow him. He picked up her slippers on his way and held them out to her as if he wanted her to put them on. She slipped out of bed hastily. It is strange that when they came to look through her things, after her death, the slippers could never be found. End of the interval.
The Intruder by Marjorie Bowen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgatenovelist. The Intruder by Marjorie Bowen. As she stood on the threshold of the home that was his, and would soon, so soon, be hers, her heart was filled with a noble happiness. She paused, with a delicate hesitation, delaying a moment of yet deeper joy, that she might dwell on it with a longer delight, beside the ancient cypress that hugely overshadowed the long terrace, and looked at the beautiful outlines of Fordyce Hall. Turrets and gables, the work of different builders in different ages, showed dark and clear against an autumn sky of golden grey, and beyond the house miles of hushed wood and parkland swept to the misty horizon. Below the terrace where Anne Vereker stood, the gardens dipped in old and perfect arrangement of walk and fountain, rosary and quidnunc, arbour and bowling green. The bright, large flowers of the late year glowed against the worn stone and the rich lawns. There was nothing to disturb the ordered loveliness that had been so wisely planned and so long enduring. "And in this place I shall be his wife," thought Anne. She looked at him as he paused a few paces away from her. He stood in the shadow of the cypress, and was gazing past the gardens to the fair, open prospect beyond. She had never seen him in these surroundings before. Always their background had been a town, London, Bath, the Wells, a fashionable world, gaiety, a crowd. The proper natural setting for those born to aristocratic ease. A country life was not the mode, and it had not seemed strange to Anne that Sir Richard made no suggestion of showing her his home until their betrothal was nearly at an end. Yet she had always longed for this moment, always wished to see him in the place where he belonged, where he was master, the place where he was born, and his fathers born before him, back to the time of the first Norman king. It was more beautiful than she had expected. He was more completely one with this setting than she had pictured. Suddenly, all the time they had spent together in London seemed wasted. She thought coldly of the town mansion that was being refurnished. "We will live here," she decided. She looked at the open door through which she had not yet passed, and then again at him. "Dick," she said, and her voice was low, "how long is it since you were here?" 3 years, he answered, quietly. "Why did you never bring me before?" asked Anne. He looked at her and seemed to brace himself. "Oh, my dear," he said, "my dear." He raised his hand and let it fall, as if dismissing a subject impossible of expression. She noticed then that he was unusually grave. She remembered that he had been grave ever since they had left her brother in the coach, in obedience to her wish to see the place alone with him, and they entered the grounds together. "Did you think I would not care?" she asked. It occurred to her that perhaps he thought her frivolous, that perhaps he had not read her intense desire to take her position and future responsibilities seriously. Her sensitive, mobile face flushed. She leaned her slender figure against the warm, hard stone of the terrace and fixed her eyes on the house. She trembled with the desire to convey to him what she felt for this house of his and all the tradition it stood for. His race had bred fine, useful men and women. She wanted to tell him that she would be worthy of them. But he was so silent that her delicate desires were abashed. "Shall we go into the house?" she said. "Ah, yes," he answered. "I hope, Anne, that you will like it," he added. And she smiled, for it seemed to her that his tone was a very formal one, to be used between such complete friends and lovers as they were. But it did not displease her. She liked the surprises his moods afforded. She was even glad of his present gravity. She felt reserved herself in her own deep happiness. They walked along the terrace to the side door that stood open. The sunlight had parted the grey veil of clouds and lay lightly over the steps as Anne Vereker ascended them and entered Fordyce Hall. In accordance with her wish, there were no servants to welcome them. "Let me be quite alone with you for the first time," she had said, and he had acceded to her whim without comment. She had always been exquisite in her observation and keen in her perceptions, and since she had met Richard Fordyce, she had known the great sharpening of the senses a strong passion brings. Colours, sounds, light, and perfume were now to her so many ecstasies, almost unbearable in their poignancy. And all that he now revealed to her, the fine corridors, the great dining room, the ballroom, the old carving, the old painted ceilings, the old tapestries, the old furniture, gave her a pleasure that deepened to pain. In the deep oriel window his quarterings showed, and the bearings of the various heiresses who had at one time or another graced the name of Fordyce. In the dining-room hung the portraits of his ancestors, men and women who seemed strangely remote and aloof, and who yet shared his dear traits in their dark, masterful features. An atmosphere of loneliness and desertion hung heavy in these rooms. But that did not sadden Anne. She felt the place was stately with memories. Chambers where so many had lived and died must convey this air of regret. She hushed her footsteps and her voice, and thought that this house peopled with shadows of past achievements would make a worthy background for a warm and living love. They had not gone above the ground floor when he led her to the great hall and state entrance, and, opening the portals that were stiff on their hinges, showed her the famous view across the woodland and river that embraced 3 counties. She stood, with the soft airs blowing her nut-brown curls beneath the wide brim of her leghorn hat, and gazed on the entrancing prospect. Directly before her, half concealed by a little belt of elm trees, was a squat Norman church. "Your church?" she questioned. "Yes," said Sir Richard. But it is the only church for the village, too. They come here on Sunday, but they marry and bury at Earl's Stanton, 10 miles away. She touched his arm half timidly. He did not look at her, and a faint sensation of coldness on his part tinged her happiness with apprehension. "May I see the church now?" she asked on a sudden impulse. "Whatever you wish, Anne," he answered. They crossed the open lawn and the broad drive, and entered a green gate in a red wall which admitted them, not, as she expected, into the churchyard, but into a fruit garden that sloped down the side of a little hill. The fully ripe peaches and apricots hung amid the curling leaves on the sunburnt walls, and some had escaped the nets that held them and lay on the freshly turned earth, and clusters of St. Michael's daisies and sunflowers grew amid the plum and pear trees. Sir Richard crossed the end of the garden and opened another door in the farther wall. As he held it aside for Anne, she stepped past him and found herself among the graves. A few yew trees rose in still darkness from the even grass that was scattered with the scarlet berries that fell from the sombre boughs. The flat, discoloured gravestones were mostly in shade, but over those upright against the wall, the misty sunshine fell in a dreamy radiance. Above the wall the fruit trees showed, and Anne noticed how the fruit had fallen and lay among the graves. An old man was trimming the grass. At sight of Sir Richard he took off his hat and stood respectfully at attention. Anne smiled at him. This place was sacred but not sad to her. She wondered why Sir Richard had arranged their marriage for a London church. She would like to have been married here, where some day she would be buried, a Fordyce among her kin. They entered the church. It was small, old, sunken, and dedicated to a forgotten saint, Vedust. The painted glass in the windows was ancient and beautiful. The worn, rude screen had guarded the altar for 200 years. There were some beautiful brasses in the chancel, and in the Lady Chapel a tomb in fair painted marble. One name was repeated on brasses and marble, the name of Fordyce. As Anne Vereker stood in a reverent attitude behind the altar, she saw this word again and again on tomb and tablet, with varying inscriptions and titles of honour. Among the newer mural tablets which showed white among the time-stained stones were those of his father, his mother, his sister, and, newest of all, one that made Anne catch her breath with a sense of shock. It was the small square of alabaster dedicated to the memory of his first wife. His first wife. Anne read the inscription. Sacred to the memory of Margaret, daughter of John Basinghall of Salop and wife of Richard Fordyce, Baronet of Fordyce, Hampshire, who died May 1725, aged 23. Nothing else, no word of love or regret. Anne was glad that there was no parade of mock sentiment. She had been little in his life, Anne was convinced. He never spoke of her, and Anne had tried to forget her existence, had succeeded indeed in closing her mind to all thoughts of her. What was she but an incident to be forgotten? The wife of 2 years, who had died without children. Yet standing here in the sombre silence, Anne found herself forced to consider this woman. Somewhere near she was actually lying in her coffin. Perhaps, thought Anne, I am standing over her now. She turned to Sir Richard. His face was inscrutable, his figure dark in the shadows. "Were you—" She broke off, unable to form the words. She had wanted to ask him if he had been married in this church. It was suddenly horrible that he had ever been married before. She glanced at their pew, and saw that to sit there would be to sit in full view of this white tablet. "Sacred to the memory of Margaret, wife of Richard Fordyce." "How close the air is," she said. "Shall we not go?" He moved away in silence, and they came together out of the hushed church into the hushed graveyard. The sun had withdrawn behind the increasing grey vapours, and would be seen no more that day. The elms that half concealed the house were shaking in a little breeze, and the yellow leaves were drifting steadily down. The place was sad, sad with an atmosphere her happiness could not defy. The air had become chill, and she shivered in her silk coat. In the distance the old man was cleaning the moss from a headstone. It occurred to Anne that he had seen, many times, this Margaret. She wished to stop and question him, for a great curiosity now pressed her about the woman whose existence she had hitherto been content to ignore. Had this dead wife of his been dark or fair, sad or gay, beautiful or lovable? She had heard nothing of her. She was sure that she had been an insignificant personality, but she wanted to ask the old gardener and be certain. "How silent you are, Anne," said Sir Richard. She looked up at him with a little start. "So are you," she smiled. "The day is overcast," he answered, "and a gloomy one in which to overlook an empty house." "But I will see the rest," she interrupted. "An empty house! Your home, Dick, and mine to be." "You like the place?" he asked. She wanted to say so much, and words were so inadequate. She wished he would look at her. "I love every stone," she said passionately. "We shall not be here much," replied Sir Richard, opening the gate. "Why not? The place lacks a master." "Oh, it is old, and dreary, and in need of repair. That can be altered," she smiled. In her heart she was wondering if he had trodden these churchyard grasses, or crossed the end of this fruit garden, since his first wife had died. She was sure he had not. No, nor entered the house. Were old memories holding him silent? The thought tortured her, yet she tried to reason it away and to dispel this shadowy menace of Margaret Fordyce. She had always known that he had been married, and always been able to ignore it. In no way had it come between them. Why should it now? Yet the old perfect happiness did not return, even when they had entered the house again together. The solemn atmosphere of the ancient church seemed to lurk in the quiet rooms. She could not people them with the sweet visions of her own future and his. It was the past that seemed to fill them, and when she mounted the wide, dark stairs, she pictured Margaret Fordyce going up them in her bridal dress, and being carried down them in her coffin. He took her to the armoury, and she stood pale and thoughtful among the beautiful weapons with which the walls were lined. He showed her his father's sword, his own favourite weapon, and a light French rapier water-waved in gold. "Do you fence?" he asked, as he hung the rapier back next another of the same weight and length. "No," said Anne. He made no comment, but she knew now that his first wife had fenced with him, with those 2 rapiers, in this very room. They went into the picture gallery, and she was blind to the beauty of painting and carving, for her eyes were straining, half guiltily, half fearfully, for a portrait of Margaret Fordyce. He showed her one after another of his ancestors, explaining their lives and actions, and when he came to the great picture of his father on horseback, with the taking of Namur in the distance, her heart was beating fast and her eyes searching furtively for a woman's face. But Margaret Fordyce was not there. Yet Anne detected a bare space next to the likeness of Sir Richard's sister, as if, she thought, a painting had been hung there and removed. It seemed that it would have only been natural for her to ask for his first wife, but she could not, though she was aware that her remarks were vague and forced. He, too, seemed absorbed in some inner thought, and did not notice her distraction. As they came out from the picture gallery on to the great stairs again, she was struck anew by the chill and ominous atmosphere of the house. She regretted now her desire to have the house empty on her first visit. Some servant or kinsman would have been a relief. Someone who could have spoken casually and naturally of Margaret Fordyce. He showed her the paintings on the stairway, and they mounted higher into a region of silence and shadows. The windows were shuttered, the blinds drawn, and the furniture in linen covers. Without waiting for Sir Richard, Anne hurried through the first suite of rooms. She was looking still for some sign of Margaret, some portrait. These had been, a woman's rooms. Would she have to live in them? To use this furniture? To gaze at herself in these mirrors? At the end of the suite was a locked door. She tried the handle with a sudden desperation, as if she expected to find the solution of some mystery. Sir Richard was quickly beside her. "There is nothing of interest there," he said quietly. She turned, and they looked at each other for the first time since they had entered the house together. "Why may I not go in?" asked Anne. "I did not forbid you," he said. He was pale but smiling. The expression of his face was so different from any that she had ever seen there before, that he seemed to her for the moment a stranger. "I want to go in," she said, trying to smile too, but with a bitter sensation that everything was becoming ghastly and unnatural. She endeavoured to struggle against this. She had been perfectly happy a few moments ago, and nothing had happened, she told herself. Nothing had happened. "May I not see this room?" she asked, not knowing what impulse goaded her to insist. Without answering, he took a key from the pocket of his brocade waistcoat. He carried the key with him then. Perhaps all the while, ever since she had known him, he had had this key to the past next. Perhaps all the while, ever since she had known him, he had had this key to the past next his heart. In silence he unlocked the door, and in silence she entered. The chamber was small, the air close and oppressive. The first glance showed Anne that it was a lady's apartment, and that it had been locked away hastily, with every article untouched as the former occupant had left it. Beyond was another room, the door of which was half open. Anne could see a bed, with curtains of fine needlework, and a mirror covered with a white cloth. Dust was over everything. Anne could hardly fetch her breath. She unlatched one of the shutters, and the sad autumn light revealed the ruin wrought by time and neglect. Cobwebs clung round the windows, the gilt chairs were tarnished, dust lay grey and heavy in the folds of the curtains. On a side table was a bunch of flowers, changed to a little powder among the wired and faded ribbons of the bouquet. Near it was a box of gloves half opened, the string and wrappings thrown carelessly down, the yellow, shriveled gloves unworn. In one corner of the room stood a harpsichord, open and covered with sheets of music, some of which had fallen to the floor. Beside this, standing against the wall, was a large picture in a dark frame, concealed by a red cloak flung over it. Anne was drawn by this picture to a forgetfulness of everything else, even to a forgetfulness of Sir Richard, who stood motionless on the threshold. She crossed the floor, and the boards creaked beneath her feet. A startled mouse sprang across her path, and disappeared into the dark bedroom. She stooped and lifted the red cloak. A woman's face looked at her from the glowing canvas. A beautiful face, alive, alert, fair, and proud, with a peculiar triumphant smile on the lips. She was painted against a dark curtain and a glimpse of summer trees. Her unpowdered hair was bound with a purple ribbon, and her brocaded dress was cut low over her jewelled bosom. The painting was stiff and precise, but marvellously lifelike and glowing in colour. In the left-hand corner was written in white letters, Margaret Fordyce, May, 1725. The year, the month she died. Anne stepped back from the painting. Her heart was beating thickly, and the world was rapidly changing about her. She put out her hand and touched by chance the keyboard of the harpsichord, that gave forth a dismal and jangled sound that she echoed with a low and horrified cry. Sir Richard stepped into the room. "After 3 years," he said, looking round. "After 3 years." "What has happened?" murmured Anne. "What has happened?" She leaned weakly against the corner of the harpsichord, and gazed still at that third presence in the room, the portrait of Margaret Fordyce. "Why did you not tell me?" she asked, faintly. He made no defence. "We are quite strangers," continued Anne. He turned his eyes on her, but still did not speak. "How did she die?" asked Anne. "She was flung from her horse, on her birthday. She was wearing that cloak." "Why did you not tell me?" repeated Anne Vereker. "I thought, I hoped—" He broke off. "You loved her," said Anne. He stumbled to the bouquet and fingered the ruins of the roses. "This is as she left it," said Anne. "You shut it away as she left it, but she is still here, in this room, in this house, in the church. How she must laugh at me!" He stared at her. "She called you. You could not help coming here, even though it meant bringing me. I was to help you forget." The triumphant face on the canvas seemed to deepen its disdainful smile. "You will never forget," continued Anne. "You love her." "She is dead," said Sir Richard, and he braced his shoulders with the action of a man who endeavours to shake off the oppression of a hideous dream. "Dead. Dead." "She is here," repeated Anne. Sir Richard turned his eyes fearfully, hungrily, to the portrait. "Oh, God!" he said sharply. "This is tragedy," thought Anne. She seemed dull in a dull world. She looked across the harpsichord and noticed that the rain was falling aslant the dry leaves on the withered trees outside. When last the sun shone, she had been supremely happy. What had happened? Nothing, save that she had seen the portrait of Margaret Fordyce. She had loved him so sincerely, and he had used this love of hers as an opiate, and now the other woman triumphed. "Dick," she said in a hopeless voice, "I am going." He did not answer. The painted figure seemed to step from the frame and dominate both of them. Before her beauty, her assurance, Anne felt insignificant, a creature who did not matter. Sir Richard picked up one of the faded white gloves and sank onto the tarnished chair. He looked at the portrait, and Anne knew that the last 3 years had rolled away for him. He belonged to the other woman. Anne Vereker, the intruder, left him with his wife and went away forever. End of The Intruder by Marjorie Bowen.
Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. The news that for several years at any rate George Street, Edinburgh was haunted, wrote a correspondent of mine some short time ago, might cause no little surprise to many of its inhabitants. And my friend proceeded to relate his experience of the haunting, which I will reproduce as nearly as possible in his own words. I quote from memory, having foolishly destroyed the letter. I was walking in a leisurely way along George Street the other day towards Stranal's, where I get my cigars, and had arrived opposite. No, when I suddenly noticed, just ahead of me, a tall lady of remarkably graceful figure, clad in a costume which even to an ignoramus in fashions like myself seemed extraordinarily out of date. In my untechnical language, it consisted of a dark blue coat and skirt, trimmed with black braid. The coat had a very high collar, turned over to show a facing of blue velvet. Its sleeves were very full at the shoulders, and a band of blue velvet drew it tightly in at the waist. Moreover, unlike every other lady I saw, she wore a small hat, which I subsequently learned was a toque, with one white and one blue plume placed moderately high at the side. The only other conspicuous items of her dress, the effect of which was, on the whole, quiet, were white glacé gloves, over which dangled gold curb bracelets with innumerable pendants, shoes, which were of patent leather with silver buckles, and rather high Louis heels, and fine blue silk open-work stockings. So much for her dress. Now for herself. She was a strikingly fair woman with very pale yellow hair and a startlingly white complexion, and this latter peculiarity so impressed me that I hastened my steps, determining to get a full view of her. Passing her with rapid strides, I looked back, and as I did so a cold chill ran through me. What I looked at was the face of the dead. I slowed down and allowed her to take the lead. I now observed that, startling as she was, no one else seemed to notice her. One or two people, obviously, though probably unconsciously, possessing the germs of psychism, shivered when they passed her, but as they neither slackened their pace nor turned to steal a second look, I concluded they had not seen her. Without glancing either to the right or left, she moved steadily on, past Moulton's the confectioner's, past Perrin's the hatter's. Once I thought she was coming to a halt, and that she intended crossing the road, but no. On, till we came to a street. There we were preparing to cross over, when an elderly gentleman walked deliberately into her. I half expected to hear him apologise, but naturally nothing of the sort happened. She was only too obviously a phantom, and, in accordance with the nature of a phantom, she passed right through him. A few yards farther on she came to an abrupt pause, and then, with a slight inclination of her head, as if meaning me to follow, she glided into a chemist's shop. She was certainly not more than 6 feet ahead of me when she passed through the door, and I was even nearer than that to her when she suddenly disappeared as she stood before the counter. I asked the chemist if he could tell me anything about the lady who had just entered his shop, but he merely turned away and laughed. "Lady?" he said. "What are you talking about? You're a bit out of your reckoning. This isn't the 1st of April. Come, what do you want?" I bought a bottle of Forma Mints, and reluctantly and regretfully turned away. That night I dreamed I again saw the ghost. I followed her up George Street, just as I had done in reality, but when she came to the chemist's shop, she turned swiftly round. "I'm Jane," she said, in a hollow voice. "Jane? Only Jane." And with that name ringing in my ears, I awoke. Some days elapsed before I was in George Street again. The weather had, in the meanwhile, undergone one of those sudden and violent changes, so characteristic of the Scottish climate. The lock gates of heaven had been opened, and the rain was descending into cataracts. The few pedestrians I encountered were enveloped in mackintoshes and carried huge umbrellas, though which the rain was soaking and pouring off from every point. Everything was wet. Everywhere was mud. The water splashing upwards saturated the tops of my boots and converted my trousers into sodden sacks. Some weather isn't fit for dogs, but this weather wasn't good enough for tadpoles. Even fish would have kicked at it and kept in their holes. Imagine, then, the anomaly. Amidst all this aqueous inferno, this slippery, sloppery, filth-bespattering inferno, a spotlessly clean apparition in blue, without either waterproof or umbrella. I refer to Jane. She suddenly appeared as I was passing the Ladies' Tea Association rooms, walking in front of me. She looked just the same as when I last saw her, spick and span and dry. I repeat the word dry, for that is what attracted my attention most. Despite the deluge, not a single raindrop touched her. The plumes on her toque were splendidly erect and curly. Her shoe buckles sparkled. Her patent leathers were spotless, whilst the cloth of her coat and skirt looked as sheeny as if they had just come from Keeley's. Anxious to get another look at her face, I quickened my pace, and darting past her gazed straight into her countenance. The result was a severe shock. The terror of what I saw, the ghastly horror of her dead white face, sent me reeling across the pavement. I let her pass me, and, impelled by a sickly fascination, followed in her wake. Outside a jeweller's store, a hansom, quite a curiosity in these days of motors, and, as Jane glided past, the horse shied. I have never seen an animal so terrified. We went on, and at the next crossing halted. A policeman had his hand up checking the traffic. His glance fell on Jane. The effect was electrical. His eyes bulged, his cheeks whitened, his chest heaved, his hand dropped, and he would undoubtedly have fallen had not a good Samaritan, in the guise of a non-physical public-house loafer, held him up. Jane was now close to the chemist's, and it was with a sigh of relief that I saw her glide in and disappear. Had there been any doubt at all, after my first encounter with Jane, as to her being superphysical, there was certainly none now. The policeman's paroxysm of fear and the horse's fit of shying were facts. What had produced them? I alone knew, and I knew for certain it was Jane. Both man and animal saw what I saw, hence the phantom was not subjective, it was not illusionary, it was a bona fide spirit manifestation, a visitant from the other world, the world of earthbound souls. Jane fascinated me. I made endless researches in connection with her, and in answer to one of my inquiries, I was informed that 18 years ago, that is to say about the time Jane's dress was in fashion, the chemist's shop had been occupied by a dressmaker of the name of Bosworth. I hunted up Miss Bosworth's address and called on her. She had retired from business and was living in St. Michael's Road, Bournemouth. I came to the point straight. "Can you give me any information," I asked, "about a lady whose Christian name was Jane?" "That sounds vague," Miss Bosworth said. "I've met a good many Janes in my time." "But not Janes with pale yellow hair and white eyebrows and eyelashes," and I described her in detail. "How do you come to know about her?" Miss Bosworth said after a long pause. "Because," I replied with a certain slowness and deliberation characteristic of me, "because I've seen her ghost." Of course I knew Miss Bosworth was no skeptic. The moment my eyes rested on her, I saw she was psychic, and that the superphysical was often at her elbow. Accordingly, I was not in the least surprised at her look of horror. "What?" she exclaimed. "Is she still there? I thought she would surely be at rest now." "Who was she?" I inquired. "Come, you need not be afraid of me. I have come here solely because the occult has always interested me. Who was Jane, and why should her ghost haunt George Street?" "It happened a good many years ago," Miss Bosworth replied, "in 1892. In answer to an advertisement I saw in one of the daily papers, I called on a Miss Jane Vernelt, Mademoiselle Vernelt she called herself, who ran a costumier's business in George Street, in the very building, in fact, now occupied by the chemist you have mentioned. The business was for sale, and Miss Vernelt wanted a big sum for it. However, as her books showed a very satisfactory annual increase in receipts, and her clientele included a duchess and other society leaders, I considered the bargain a tolerably safe one, and we came to terms. Within a week I was running the business, and exactly a month after I had taken it over, I was greatly astonished to receive a visit from Miss Vernelt. She came into the shop quite beside herself with agitation. "It's all a mistake," she screamed. "I didn't want to sell it. I can't do anything with my capital. Let me buy it back." I listened to her politely, and then informed her that as I had gone to all the trouble of taking over the business, and had already succeeded in extending it, I most certainly had no intention of selling it. At least not for some time. Well, she behaved like a lunatic, and in the end created such a disturbance that I had to summon my assistants and actually turn her out. After that I had no peace for 6 weeks. She came every day at any and all times, and I was at last obliged to take legal proceedings. I then discovered that her mind was really unhinged, and that she had been suffering from softening of the brain for many months. Her medical advisers had, it appeared, warned her to give up business and place herself in the hands of trustworthy friends or relations, who would see that her money was properly invested. But she had delayed doing so, and when at last she did make up her mind to retire, the excitement resulting from so great a change in her mode of living accelerated the disease, and exactly 3 weeks after the sale of her business, she became a victim to the delusion that she was ruined. This delusion grew more and more pronounced as her malady increased, and amidst her wildest ravings, she clamoured to be taken back to George Street. The hauntings indeed began before she died, and I frequently saw her. when I knew her material body to be under restraint, just as you describe, gliding in and out the showrooms. For several weeks after her death, the manifestations continued. They then ceased, and I have never heard of her again until now. If I remember rightly, the account of the George Street ghost here terminated, but my friend referred to it again at the close of his letter. Since my return to Scotland, he wrote, I have frequently visited George Street, almost daily. But I have not seen Jane. I only hope that her poor, distracted spirit has at last found rest. And with this kindly sentiment, my correspondent concluded. End of Jane of George Street, Edinburgh, by Elliot O'Donnell. Recording by Grant Love.
The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing round a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, at that broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps about 2 miles, there is a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquillity. I recollect that, when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around, and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat, whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land, and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights, and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback, without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of those parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning this spectre, allege that the body of the trooper, having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow, like a midnight blast, is owing to his being belated, and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows, and the spectre is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by everyone who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure, in a little time, to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams, and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this byplace of nature there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say, some 30 years since, a worthy wight of the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or as he expressed it, tarried, in Sleepy Hollow, for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mind as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to his person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat on top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed, and partly patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out, an idea most probably borrowed by the architect, Joost van Houten, from the mystery of an eel pot. The schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation, just at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard in a drowsy summer's day, like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master, in the tone of menace or command, or, peradventure, by the appalling sound of the birch as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, "Spare the rod and spoil the child." Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling that winced at the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who happened to have pretty sisters or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and, though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the costs of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farms, helped to make hay, mended the fences, took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. He found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold, which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with a child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where in his own mind he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, which may even be heard half a mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond, on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought by all who understood nothing of the labor of headwork to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle, gentleman-like personage of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and, indeed, inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or, peradventure, the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard, between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill-pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of travelling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvellous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales, until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature, at that witching hour, fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech-owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him, as one of uncommon brightness would stream across his path. And if by chance a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost, with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes, and the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives, as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listen to their marvellous tales of ghosts and goblins and haunted fields and haunted brooks and haunted bridges and haunted houses, and particularly of the headless horseman, or galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft, and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared to show its face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path, amidst the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night! With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window! How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path! How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being tramping close behind him! And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast, howling among the trees in the idea that it was the galloping Hessian in one of his nightly scourings. All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness, and though he had seen many spectres in his time, and been more than once beset by Satan in diverse shapes in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, and the whole race of witches put together, and that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled, one evening in each week, to receive his instructions in psalmody, was Katrina van Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting, and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed not merely for her beauty, but her vast expectations. She was withal a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Sardam, the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart towards the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favour in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus Van Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within those everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighbouring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up, as if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings or buried in their bosoms, and others swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth now and then troops of sucking pigs, as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretted about it like ill-tempered housewives with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye, he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in its belly and an apple in his mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cosily in dishes, like snug married couples with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and a juicy relishing ham. Not a turkey, but he beheld daintily trussed up, with its gizzard under its wing, and, peradventure, a necklace of savoury sausages. And even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadowlands, the rich fields of wheat or rye, of buckwheat and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit, which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina, with a whole family of children, mounted on the top of a wagon loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers, the low projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighbouring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which this important port might be devoted. From this piazza the wondering Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the centre of the mansion, and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter ranged on a long dresser dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool, ready to be spun, in another a quantity of linsey-woolsey, just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls, mingled with the gaud of red peppers, and a door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlour, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors. Andirons with their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various coloured birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the centre of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through gates of iron and brass, and walls of adamant to the castle keep where the lady of his heart was confined. All which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the centre of a Christmas pie, and then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood. The numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these the most formidable was a burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short, curly black hair, and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, but had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness, there was a strong dash of waggish good humour at the bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, and the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles round. In cold weather he was distinguished by a fur cap, surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance, whisking about among a squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight, with whoop and halloo, like a troop of dawn Cossacks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by them, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbours looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill, and when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and though his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is, his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a lion in his amours. Insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's paling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or, as it is termed, sparking, within, all other suitors passed by in despair, and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and, considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supplejack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk! He was as erect and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours, any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Under cover of his character of singing-master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse. Not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter better even than his pipe, and, like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage her poultry, for, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things, and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning-wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit, smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior, who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favourable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point, or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues, and may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter. for man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown, but he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interests of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the palings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain having carried matters to open warfare, and have settled their pretensions to the lady, according to the mode of those most concise and simple reasoners, the knight-errants of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard a boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and lay him on the shelf of his own schoolhouse, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night in spite of its formidable fastenings of withen window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. In this way matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that sceptre of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons, detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop-guns, whirligigs, fly-cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept upon the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a negro in tow-cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat, like the cap of Mercury, and mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merrymaking or quilting frolic, to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's. And having delivered his message with that air of importance and effort at fine language which a negro is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves, inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half-hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best and, indeed, only suit of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken looking-glass that hung up in the schoolhouse. That he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier, he borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated, a choleric old Dutchman by the name of Hans van Ripper, and thus gallantly mounted, issue forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived almost everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged, with a ewe neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral, but the other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from the name he bore, of gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favourite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused, very probably, some of his own spirit into the animal. For old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand, like a sceptre, and as his horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate of Hans Van Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met within broad daylight. End of Part 1. Part 2 of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of the squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighboring stubble field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favourite game of stripling sportsmen, with its loud, querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget, and splendid plumage, and the cedar-bird, with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Montero cap of feathers, and the blue-jay, that noisy coxcomb in his gay light-blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing, and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye, ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast stores of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Farther on he beheld great fields of Indian corn, with its golden ears peeping from their leafy coverts, and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odor of the beehive, and as he beheld them, soft anticipations stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered, and garnished with honey or treacle by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. Thus feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down in the west. The wide bosom of the Tapanzee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woodsy crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark grey and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of the Heer Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare, leathern-faced race, in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their brisk, withered little dames in close-crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats with scissors and pincushions and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses, almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock gave symptoms of city innovation. The sons, in short, square-skirted coats with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eel-skin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favourite steed Daredevil, a creature, like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlour of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lasses, with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea-table, in the sumptuous prime of autumn. Such heaped-up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty doughnut, the tender oliekoek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies, and peach pies, and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover, delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, with the motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapour from the midst. Heaven bless the mark! I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, and am too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirit rose with eating, as some men's do with drink. He could not help, too, rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. Then, he thought, how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans van Ripper and every other niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare to call him comrade. Old Baltus Van Tassel moved about among his guests with a face dilated with content and good humour, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance. The musician was an old grey-headed Negro who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighborhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground, and stamping with his foot whenever a fresh couple were to start. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fibre about him was idle, and to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion and clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. He was the admiration of all the Negroes, who, having gathered of all ages and sizes from the farm and the neighborhood, stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene, rolling their white eyeballs, and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear. How could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings, while Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times and drawing out long stories about the war. This neighborhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had, therefore, been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and, in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Doffu Martling, a large, blue-bearded Dutchman who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman, who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket-ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there is no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when they turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts, except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and as usual were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favorite spectre of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, who had been heard several times of late patrolling the country, and, it was said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seemed always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, from among which its decent whitewashed walls shine modestly forth like Christian purity, beaming through the shades of retirement. The gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps might be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there, at least, the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it and the bridge itself were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favourite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him. How they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brower into the brook, and sprang away over the tree-tops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvellous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an arrant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighbouring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper, that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too, for Daredevil beat the goblin horse all hollow, but just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales, told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep in the mind of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author, Cotton Mather, and added many marvellous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favourite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter, until they gradually died away. And the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will not pretend to say, for in fact I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth, after no very great interval, with an air quite desolate and chapfallen. Oh, these women! These women! Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen-roost rather than a fair lady's heart. Without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated, he went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks, roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats, and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homewards, along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight, he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson, but it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from this faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally awakened, would sound far, far off, from some farmhouse away among the hills, but it was like a dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighbouring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, moreover, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the centre of the road stood an enormous tulip tree which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighbourhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate André, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major André's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly perceived that it was a place where the tree had been scathed by lightning, and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen, known by the name of Wily Swamp. A few rough logs laid side by side served for a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate André was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This has ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement, and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side, and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge, with the suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment, a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveller. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late, and besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still there was no answer. Once more he cudgelled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder, and shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervour into a psalm tune. Just then the shadowy object of alarm put itself in motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, Yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavoured to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting a rising ground which brought the figure of his fellow traveller in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip. But the spectre started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through the thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about 1/4 of a mile, where it crosses the bridge famous in Goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskilful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he'd got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from underneath him. He seized it by the pommel, and endeavoured to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder round the neck when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment the terror of Hans von Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and, unskilful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone with a violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones's ghostly competitor had disappeared. "If I can but reach that bridge," thought Ichabod, "I am safe." Just then he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side. And now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish, according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups, and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavoured to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning the old horse was found without his saddle, and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse and strolled idly about the banks of the brook, but no schoolmaster. Hans von Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set on foot, and after diligent investigation they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt. The tracks of horses' hoofs deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans von Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle, which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair or 2 of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog's ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap, much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verses in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scroll were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans von Ripper, who from that time forward determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good come of this same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or 2 before, he must have had about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads, and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of the ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighborhood partly through fear of the goblin and Hans von Ripper, and partly in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who shortly after his rival's disappearance conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favourite story often told about the neighbourhood round the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that may be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy loitering homeward of a still summer evening has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. Postscript. Found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting at the ancient city of Manhattos, at which were present many of its sagest and most illustrious burghers. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby, gentlemanly old fellow, in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, and one whom I strongly suspected of being poor, he made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman with beetling eyebrows who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind, He was one of your wary men who never laugh but upon good grounds, when they have reason and law on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided and silence was restored, he leaned one arm on the elbow of his chair, and sticking the other akimbo, demanded with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contraction of the brow, what was the moral of the story, and what it went to prove. The storyteller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as a refreshment after his toils, paused for a moment, looked at his inquirer with an air of infinite deference, and, lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, provided we will but take a joke as we find it. That, therefore, he that runs races with goblin troopers is likely to have rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold together after this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the ratiocination of the syllogism, while, methought, the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that all this was very well, but still he thought the story a little on the extravagant. There were one or two points on which he had his doubts. "Faith, sir," replied the storyteller, "as to that matter, I don't believe one half of it myself." D.K. The End. End of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
Napoleon and the Spectre by Charlotte Bronte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Napoleon and the Spectre by Charlotte Bronte. Well, as I was saying, the Emperor got into bed. "Chevalier," says he to his valet, "let down those window curtains and shut the casement before you leave the room." Chevalier did as he was told, and then, taking up his candlestick, departed. In a few minutes the Emperor felt his pillow becoming rather hard, and he got up to shake it. As he did so, a slight rustling noise was heard near the bed head. His Majesty listened, but all was silent as he lay down again. Scarcely had he settled into a peaceful attitude of repose when he was disturbed by a sensation of thirst. Lifting himself on his elbow, he took a glass of lemonade from a small stand which was placed beside him. He refreshed himself with a deep draught. As he returned the goblet to its station, a deep groan burst from a kind of closet in one corner of the apartment. "Who's there?" cried the Emperor, seizing his pistols. "Speak, or I'll blow your brains out." This threat produced no other effect than a short, sharp laugh, and a dead silence followed. The Emperor started from his couch, and, hastily throwing on a robe de chambre, which hung over the back of a chair, stepped courageously to the haunted closet. As he opened the door, something rustled. He sprang forward, sword in hand. No soul or even substance appeared, and the rustling, as it was evident, proceeded from the falling of a cloak, which had been suspended by a peg from the door. Half ashamed of himself, he returned to bed. Just as he was about once more to close his eyes, the light of the 3 wax tapers, which burned in a silver branch over the mantelpiece, was suddenly darkened. He looked up. A black, opaque shadow obscured it. Sweating with terror, the Emperor put out his hand to seize the bell rope, but some invisible being snatched it rudely from his grasp, and at the same instant the ominous shade vanished. "Pooh!" exclaimed Napoleon. "It was but an ocular delusion." "Was it?" whispered a hollow voice in deep, mysterious tones, close to his ear. "Was it a delusion, Emperor of France?" "No. All thou hast seen and heard is sad forewarning reality. Rise, lifter of the eagle standard. Awaken, swayer of the lily scepter. Follow me, Napoleon, and thou shalt see more. As the voice ceased, a form dawned on his astonished sight. It was that of a tall, thin man, dressed in a blue surtout edged with gold lace. It wore a black cravat very high around its neck, and confined by 2 little sticks placed behind each ear. The countenance was livid, the tongue protruded from between the teeth, and the eyes, all glazed and bloodshot, started with frightful prominence from their sockets. "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed the Emperor. "What do I see? Spectre, whence cometh thou?" The apparition spoke not, but glided forward, beckoning Napoleon, with uplifted finger, to follow. Controlled by a mysterious influence which deprived him of the capacity of either thinking or acting for himself, he obeyed in silence. The solid wall of the apartment fell open as they approached, and when both had passed through, it closed behind them with a noise like thunder. They would now have been in total darkness had it not been for a dim light which shone round the ghost and revealed the damp walls of a long vaulted passage. Down this they proceeded with mute rapidity. Ere long, a cool, refreshing breeze, which rushed wailing up the vault, and caused the Emperor to wrap his loose nightdress closer around, announced their approach to the open air. This they soon reached, and Napoleon found himself in one of the principal streets of Paris. "Worthy spirit," he said, shivering in the cold night air, "permit me to return and put on some additional clothing. I will be with you again presently." "Forward," replied his companion sternly. He felt compelled, in spite of the rising indignation which almost choked him, to obey. On they went through the deserted streets until they arrived at a lofty house built on the banks of the Seine. Here the Spectre stopped. The gates rolled back to receive them, and they entered a large marble hall, which was partly concealed by a drawn curtain across, through the half-transparent folds of which a bright light might be seen burning with dazzling luster. A row of fine female figures, richly attired, stood before this screen. They wore on their heads garlands of the most beautiful flowers, but their faces were concealed by ghastly masks representing death's heads. "What is all this mummery?" cried the Emperor, making an effort to shake off the mental shackles by which he was so unwillingly restrained. "Where am I, and why have I been brought here?" "Silence," said the guide, lolling out still further his black and bloody tongue. "Silence, if thou wouldst escape instant death." The Emperor would have replied, his natural courage overcoming the temporary awe to which he had at first been subjected, but just then a strain of wild, supernatural music swelled behind the huge curtain, which waved to and fro, and belied slowly out as if agitated by some internal commotion or battle of waving winds. At the same moment an overpowering mixture of scents of mortal corruption, blended with the richest eastern odors, stole through the haunted hall. A murmur of many voices was now heard at a distance, and something grasped his arm eagerly from behind. He turned hastily around. His eyes met the well-known countenance of Marie-Louise. "What, are you in this infernal place too?" said he. "What has brought you here?" "Will your Majesty permit me to ask the same question of yourself?" said the Empress, smiling. He made no reply. Astonishment prevented him. No curtain now intervened between him and the light. It had been removed, as if by magic, and a splendid chandelier appeared suspended over his head. throngs of ladies, richly dressed, but without death's head masks, stood round, and a due proportion of gay cavaliers was mingled with them. Music was still sounding, but it was seen to produce from a band of mortal musicians stationed in an orchestra near at hand. The air was yet redolent with incense, but it was incense unblended with stench. "Mon Dieu!" cried the Emperor. "How is all this come about? Where in the world is Pichet?" "Pichet?" replied the Empress. "What does your Majesty mean? Had you not better leave the apartment and retire to rest?" "Leave the apartment? Why, where am I?" "In my private drawing-room, surrounded by a few particular persons of the court, whom I had invited this evening to a ball. You entered a few minutes since in your night-dress, with your eyes fixed and wide open. I suppose, from the astonishment, you now testify that you were walking in your sleep." The Emperor immediately fell into a fit of catalepsy, in which he continued during the whole of the night, and the greater part of the next day. The end of Napoleon and the Spectre, by Charlotte Bronte. The Purple Heart, The Story of a Haunted Cabin, by Herman Sisk. From Weird Tales Magazine, May 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Purple Heart, by Herman Sisk. I was weary of the fog that hung over me like a pall, fatigued to the point of exhaustion. Since early afternoon, the chill wind had forced it through my clothing like rain. It depressed me. The country through which I traveled alone was desolate and unpeopled, save here and there where some bush assumed fantastic form. The very air was oppressive. As far as I could see were hills, nothing but hills, and those bushes. Occasionally I could hear the uncanny cry of some hidden animal. As I pushed on, a dread of impending disaster fastened itself upon me. I thought of my home, of my mother and sister, and wondered if all were well with them. I tried to rid myself of this morbid state of mind, but, try as I might, I could not. It grew as I progressed, until at length it became part of me. I had walked some 15 miles, and was so weary I could scarcely stand, when I came suddenly upon a log cabin. It was a crude affair, quite small, and stood back some distance from the little-used road, in a clump of trees. A tiny window and door faced the direction from which I approached. No paint had ever covered the rough-hewn logs from which it was made, and the sun and wind and fog had turned the virgin wood to a drab brown. I felt it was useless to knock, for the cabin had every appearance of being deserted. However, rap I did. No voice bade me enter, and with an effort I pushed open the door and staggered into the house. Almost immediately my weary legs crumbled under me, and I toppled and struck heavily on my face. When I regained consciousness, a rough room, scantily furnished, greeted my eye. There was an ill-looking table, the top of which was warped and rectangular in shape, standing in the center. To one side was a rustic chair. Beyond the table was a bunk built into the wall, and on this lay a man with shining eyes and a long white beard. A heavy gray blanket covered all of him but his head. "You're right on time," he said in a high-pitched voice. I looked at him closely. "I don't know you," I said. "Nor I you, but I knew you would come." You are ill and need help? I asked. No, he replied in a strange monotone. But on this day somebody always visits here. None has ever returned, but I have yet to be alone on the night of this anniversary. There was something so weird in the way he looked at me out of those big watery eyes that I involuntarily shuddered. What anniversary? I asked. The murder of my father, he answered. It happened many years ago. A strange man came to this cabin, just as you have done. He paused. I said nothing. You wish to stay all night? He asked. Yes, if I may, I replied. A moment later, I regretted it. Quite so, he said, with a slight nod of his white head. Those were the very words he addressed to us. We took him in. When morning came, I found my father dead in there, rolling his eyes and raising his head to indicate some point behind him, with a dagger in his heart. You can see the room if you open the door behind me. I looked at him for a moment, hesitating. Then I went to the door and pushed it open. Cautiously glancing into the other room, I saw there was nothing there but a bunk similar to the one the old man occupied. Don't be afraid, he said, evidently sensing my fear. Nothing will hurt you now. It's after midnight when it happens. What happens? I asked. I don't know. No two men have had the same experience. It all depends on one's state of mind. You mean? I began. Yes, he interrupted. One man saw hands reaching toward him and ropes in the air. He was escaping the gallows. Another saw faces of beautiful girls. He was on his way to a large church wedding. A third saw pools of blood and white snow stained by human life. He was again living through a massacre in Russia. Do you live here? I asked. No, no one does. The cabin is quite deserted. I come each year to welcome the evening's guest. Is there no other place to stay? I asked, a sudden fear seizing me. None. Besides, it has grown dark without, and you would lose your way even if you could leave. There was something ominous in the way he uttered these last 5 words. Yes, he went on, as if I had asked the unuttered question in my mind. You may think you can go, but you cannot. That is the curse my father placed on this cabin, and I come each year to see that his word is obeyed. Whoever enters the door yonder on this date must stay until morning and endure the agonies that only the rising sun can dispel. I looked about me and made sure he and I were the only living things in the room. What is to prevent me leaving? I asked. Try it, he replied, an eerie note of glee in his queer voice. I walked to the door and gave it a mighty pull. To my utter amazement, it was locked. I tried again, this time with greater determination, but the door remained unyielding. A sudden terror seized me. I turned to beseech the old man to let me go, but he was not there. I looked quickly about me. He was nowhere to be seen. I ran into the other room. It was as empty as before. I rushed to the door there and pulled vigorously, but my efforts were in vain. Returning to his bunk, I examined it closely. To my great astonishment, the heavy gray blanket was gone. In desperation, I turned once more to the door through which I had entered the cabin. It was still as inflexible as concrete. Darkness fell fast, and the room became very dim. I groped about and discovered some matches and a candle on a shelf under the table. I struck a match and lighted the candle. Letting some of the tallow drip onto the table, I made a stick for it. I then sat down on the edge of the bunk and anxiously awaited developments. But nothing occurred to mar the somber silence of my prison. Thus I remained until my watch pointed the hour of 9. My journey had greatly fatigued me, but my fears counterbalanced my weariness, so that I kept awake in spite of it. At length, however, my eyelids grew heavy, and my eyes became bleary, so that the candle multiplied, and my head drooped until my chin rested on my chest. Letting the candle burn, I lay back on the hard bunk. I was cold and very nervous, and greatly felt the need of food and dry clothing. But my fatigue soon overcame me, and I fell asleep. When I awakened, a sense of suffocation and bewilderment hung over me. Whereas the room had been cold when I lay down, it now seemed close and hot. I pulled myself to a sitting position. The room was dark. The candle was out. I jumped to my feet and started toward the table. But in another moment I stood frozen to the spot, my eyes arrested, and my body palsied by what I saw before me. At the far end of the room was a purple glow in the shape of a human heart. It was stationary when I saw it, but almost immediately it began to move around the room. Now it was at the window, then beside the table. Again it moved quickly, but silently, into the other room. I pulled my frightened senses together and groped my way back to the table. I found a match. With trembling hands I struck it and lit the candle. To my surprise, it was almost as tall as when I had fallen asleep. I looked at my watch. It was 1 o'clock. A moment later the flame was snuffed out, and I was again in total darkness. I looked wildly around me. Horrors. The purple heart was beside me. I shrank back in terror. It came closer. Suddenly I acquired superhuman courage. I grasped for the spectre. I touched nothing. I placed my left hand before me at arm's length. Lo, it was between me and my hand. Presently it moved away. A great calm settled over me, and I began to sense a presence in the room. Now, without any fear and with steady hand, I again struck a match and lighted the candle. It was promptly extinguished. I struck another with similar results. And now something brushed my lips, and an arm was pressed lightly upon my shoulder. But I was no longer afraid. The room remained cozily warm, and a greater sense of peace came over me. Presently I lay down again and watched the purple heart as it came toward me, and took its place at the edge of the bunk, like some loved one sitting beside me. I must have fallen asleep again, for I knew no more until broad daylight awakened me, and I found myself lying in the middle of the room. There was no fog. The sun was shining brightly, and a broad beam was streaming through the dusty window pane. The candle and the matches were no longer visible. Suddenly I thought of the locked door. Springing to it, I gave a mighty pull. It opened easily. I snatched my cap from the rough floor and hurried into the warm sunlight. A short distance from me, a man came trudging along. He was a powerful-looking fellow of middle age, and was dressed in coarse working clothes. "Do you know anything about that cabin?" I shouted as we drew closer. "Sure, it's haunted," he replied. He looked hard at me. "Were you in there last night?" I related my experience. "That's queer," he muttered. "But I ain't surprised. Last night was the night." "What night?" I demanded. 10 years ago, an old man was murdered in that cabin, and his son swore on his deathbed he'd come back every anniversary and lure somebody into the cabin for the night and torture him. I shrugged. His white face stared at the cabin. "Come away," he whispered. "Come away. It's haunted! It's haunted! The end of The Purple Heart by Herman Sisk.
Shadow, a Parable by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jordan Eagan. Shadow, a Parable by Edgar Allan Poe. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow. Psalm of David. Ye who read are still among the living, but I who write shall have long since gone my way into the region of shadows. For indeed, strange things shall happen, and secret things be known, and many centuries shall pass away ere these memorials be seen of men. And, when seen, there will be some to disbelieve, and some to doubt, and yet a few who will find much to ponder upon in the characters here graven with a stylus of iron. The year had been a year of terror, and of feelings more intense than terror, for which there is no name upon the earth. For many prodigies and signs had taken place, and far and wide over sea and land the black wings of the pestilence were spread abroad. To those, nevertheless, cunning in the stars, it was not unknown that the heavens wore an aspect of ill, and to me, the Greek oinos, among others, it was evident that now had arrived the alternation of that 794th year when, at the entrance of Aries, the planet Jupiter is conjoined with the red ring of the terrible Saturnus. The peculiar spirit of the skies, if I mistake not greatly, made itself manifest, not only in the physical orb of the earth, but in the souls, imaginations, and meditations of mankind. Over some flasks of the red Chian wine, within the walls of a noble hall in a dim city called Ptolemais, we sat at night, a company of 7. And to our chamber there was no entrance, save by a lofty door of brass, and the door was fashioned by the artisan Corinos, and, being of rare workmanship, was fastened from within. Black draperies, likewise, in the gloomy room, shut out from our view the moon, the lurid stars, and the peopleless streets, but the boding and the memory of evil, they would not be so excluded. There were things around us and about, of which I can render no distinct account, things material and spiritual, heaviness in the atmosphere, a sense of suffocation, anxiety, and, above all, that terrible state of existence which the nervous experience when the senses are keenly living and awake, and meanwhile the powers of thought lie dormant. A dead weight hung upon us. It hung upon our limbs, upon the household furniture, upon the goblets from which we drank. All things were depressed and borne down thereby. All things, save only the flames of the 7 lamps which illumined our revel. Uprearing themselves in tall slenders of light, they thus remained burning, all pallid and motionless, and in the mirror which their lustre formed upon the round table of ebony at which we sat, each of us there assembled beheld the pallor of his own countenance, and the unquiet glare in the downcast eyes of his companions. Yet we laughed, and were merry in our proper way, which was hysterical, and sang the songs of Anacreon, which are madness, and drank deeply, although the purple wine reminded us of blood. For there was yet another tenant of our chamber, in the person of young Zoilus. Dead and at full length he lay, enshrouded, the genius and the demon of the scene. Alas, he bore no portion in our mirth, save that his countenance, distorted with the plague, and his eyes, in which death had but half extinguished the fire of the pestilence, seemed to take such interest in our merriment as the dead may haply take in the merriment of those who are to die. But although I, Oinos, felt that the eyes of the departed were upon me, still I forced myself not to perceive the bitterness of their expression, and gazing down steadily into the depths of the ebony mirror, sang with a loud and sonorous voice the songs of the son of Teos. But gradually, My songs they ceased, and their echoes, rolling afar off among the sable draperies of the chamber, became weak and undistinguishable, and so faded away. And lo! From among those sable draperies where the sounds of the song departed, there came forth a dark and undefined shadow, a shadow such as the moon, when low in heaven, might fashion from the figure of a man. But it was the shadow neither of man, nor of God, nor of any familiar thing. And quivering a while among the draperies of the room, it at length rested in full view upon the surface of the door of brass. But the shadow was vague and formless and indefinite, and was the shadow neither of man nor of God, neither God of Greece, nor God of Chaldea, nor any Egyptian god. And the shadow rested upon the brazen doorway, and under the arch of the entablature of the door, and moved not, nor spoke any word, but there became stationary, and remained. And the door whereupon the shadow rested was, if I remember aright, over against the feet of the young Zoilus enshrouded. But we, the seven there assembled, having seen the shadow as it came out from among the draperies, dared not steadily behold it, but cast down our eyes, and gazed continually into the depths of the mirror of ebony. And at length I, Oinos, speaking some low words, demanded of the shadow its dwelling and its appellation. And the shadow answered, I am Shadow, and my dwelling is near to the catacombs of Ptolemaeus, and hard by those dim plains of Halcyon, which border upon the foul Charonian canal. And then did we, the seven, start from our seats in horror, and stand trembling and shuddering and aghast, for the tones in the voice of the shadow were not the tones of any one being, but of a multitude of beings, and, varying in their cadences from syllable to syllable, fell duskly upon our ears, in the well-remembered and familiar accents of many thousand departed friends. End of Shadow, a Parable.
The Spasm by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Daniele. The Spasm by Guy de Maupassant. The hotel guests slowly entered the dining room and took their places. The waiters did not hurry themselves, in order to give the latecomers a chance and thus avoid the trouble of bringing in the dishes a second time. The old bathers, the habitués, whose season was almost over, glanced, gazed toward the door whenever it opened, to see what new faces might appear. This is the principal distraction of watering places. People look forward to the dinner hour in order to inspect each day's new arrivals, to find out who they are, what they do, and what they think. We always have a vague desire to meet pleasant people, to make agreeable acquaintances, perhaps to meet with a love adventure. In this life of elbowings, unknown strangers assume an extreme importance. Curiosity is aroused, sympathy is ready to exhibit itself, and sociability is the order of the day. We cherish antipathies for a week, and friendships for a month. We see people with different eyes when we view them through the medium of acquaintanceship at watering places. We discover in men suddenly, after an hour's chat in the evening after dinner, under the trees in the park where the healing spring bubbles up, a high intelligence and astonishing merits, and a month afterward we have completely forgotten these new friends who were so fascinating when we first met them. Permanent and serious ties are also formed here sooner than anywhere else. People see each other every day, they become acquainted very quickly, and their affection is tinged with the sweetness and unrestraint of long-standing intimacies. We cherish in after years the dear and tender memories of those first hours of friendship, the memory of those first conversations in which a soul was unveiled, of those first glances which interrogate and respond to questions and secret thoughts which the mouth has not yet uttered, the memory of the first cordial confidence, the memory of the delightful sensation of opening our hearts to those who seem to open theirs to us in return, and the melancholy of watering places The monotony of days that are all alike proves hourly an incentive to this heart expansion. Well, this evening, as on every other evening, we awaited the appearance of strange faces. Only two appeared, but they were very remarkable, a man and a woman, father and daughter. They immediately reminded me of some Edgar Poe's characters, and yet there was about them a charm, the charm associated with misfortune. I looked upon them as the victims of fate. The man was very tall and thin, rather stooped, with perfectly white hair, too white for his comparatively youthful physiognomy, and there was in his bearing and his person that austerity peculiar to Protestants. The daughter, who was probably 24 or 25, was small in stature, and was also very thin, very pale, and had the air of one who was worn out with utter lassitude. We meet people like this from time to time, who seem too weak for the tasks and the need of daily life, too weak to move about, to walk, to do all that we do every day. She was rather pretty, with a transparent spiritual beauty, and she ate with extreme slowness, as if she were almost incapable of moving her arms. It must have been she, assuredly, who had come to take the waters. They sat facing me on the opposite side of the table, and I at once noticed that the father had a very singular, nervous twitching. Every time he wanted to reach an object, his hand described a sort of zigzag before succeeding in reaching what he was in search of, and after a little while this movement annoyed me so that I turned aside my head in order not to see it. I noticed too that the young girl during meals wore a glove on her left hand. After dinner I went for a stroll in the park of the bathing establishment. This led toward the little Auvergne station of Châtel-Guyon, hidden in a gorge at the foot of the high mountain, from which flowed so many boiling springs arising from the deep bed of extinct volcanoes. Over yonder, above our heads, the domes of extinct craters lifted their ragged peaks above the rest in the long mountain chain. For Châtel-Guyon is situated at the entrance to the land of mountain domes. Beyond it stretches out the region of peaks, and, farther on again, the region of precipitous summits. The Puy de Dôme is the highest of the domes, the peak of Sancy is the loftiest of the peaks, and Cantal is the most precipitous of these mountain heights. It was a very warm evening, and I was walking up and down a shady path, listening to the opening strains of the casino band, which was playing on an elevation overlooking the park. And I saw the father and the daughter advancing slowly in my direction. I bowed as one bows to one's hotel companions at a watering place, and the man, coming suddenly to a halt, said to me, "Could you not, monsieur, tell us of a nice walk to take, short, pretty, and not steep, and pardon my troubling you?" I offered to show them the way toward the valley through which the little river flowed, a deep valley forming a gorge between two tall, craggy, wooded slopes. They gladly accepted my offer, and we talked naturally about the virtue of the waters. "Oh," he said, "my daughter has a strange malady, the seat of which is unknown. She suffers from incomprehensible nervous attacks. At one time the doctors think she has an attack of heart disease, at another time they imagine it is some affection of the liver, and at another they declare it to be a disease of the spine. Today, this protean malady, that assumes 1,000 forms and 1,000 modes of attack, is attributed to the stomach, which is the great cauldron and regulator of the body. This is why we have come here. For my part, I am rather inclined to think it is the nerves. In any case, it is very sad." Immediately the remembrance of the violent spasmodic movement of his hand came back to my mind, and I asked him, "But is this not the result of heredity? Are not your own nerves somewhat affected?" He replied calmly, "Mine? Oh no, my nerves have always been very steady." Then suddenly, after a pause, he went on, "Ah, you were alluding to the jerky movement of my hand every time I try to reach for anything. This arises from a terrible experience which I had. Just imagine this daughter of mine was actually buried alive." I could only utter, "Ah," so great were my astonishment and emotion. He continued, "Here is the story. It is simple. Juliette had been subject for a time to serious attacks of the heart. We believed that she had disease of that organ, and were prepared for the worst. One day she was carried into the house cold, lifeless, dead. She had fallen down unconscious in the garden. The doctor certified that life was extinct. I watched by her side for a day and 2 nights. I laid her with my own hands in the coffin, which I accompanied to the cemetery, where she was deposited in the family vault. It is situated in the very heart of Lorraine. I wished to have her interred with her jewels, bracelet, necklaces, rings, all presents which she had received from me, and wearing her first ball dress. You may easily imagine my state of mind when I re-entered our home. She was the only one I had, for my wife had been dead for many years. I found my way to my own apartment in a half-distracted condition, utterly exhausted, and sunk into my easy chair, without the capacity to think or the strength to move. I was nothing better now than a suffering, vibrating machine, a human being who had, as it were, been flayed alive. My soul was like an open wound. My old valet, Prosper, who had assisted me in placing Juliette in her coffin and aided me in preparing her for her last sleep, entered the room noiselessly and asked, "Does Monsieur want anything?" I merely shook my head in reply. "Monsieur is wrong," he urged. "He will injure his health. Would Monsieur like me to put him to bed?" I answered, "No, let me alone." And he left the room. I know not how many hours slipped away. Oh, what a night, what a night! It was cold. My fire had died out in the huge grate, and the wind, the winter wind, an icy wind, a winter hurricane, blew with a regular, sinister noise against the windows. How many hours slipped away? There I was without sleeping, powerless, crushed, my eyes wide open, my legs stretched out, my body limp, inanimate, and my mind torpid with despair. Suddenly the great doorbell, the great bell of the vestibule rang out. I started so that my chair cracked under me. The solemn, ponderous sound vibrated through the empty country house as through a vault. I turned round to see what the hour was by the clock. It was just 2 in the morning. Who could be coming at such an hour? And abruptly the bell again rang twice. The servants, without doubt, were afraid to get up. I took a wax candle and descended the stairs. I was on the point of asking, "Who is there?" Then I felt ashamed of my weakness, and I slowly drew back the heavy bolts. My heart was throbbing wildly. I was frightened. I opened the door briskly, and in the darkness I distinguished a white figure standing erect, something that resembled an apparition. I recoiled, petrified with horror, faltering. Who are you?" A voice replied, "It is I, father." It was my daughter. I really thought I must be mad, and retreated backward before this advancing spectre. I kept moving away, making a sign with my hand, as if to drive the phantom away, that gesture which, you have noticed, that gesture which has remained with me ever since. "Do not be afraid, papa," said the apparition. "I was not dead. Somebody tried to steal my rings and cut one of my fingers. The blood began to flow, and that restored me to life." And in fact, I could see that her hand was covered with blood. I fell on my knees, choking with sobs and with a rattling in my throat. Then, when I had somewhat collected my thoughts, though I was still so bewildered that I scarcely realized the awesome happiness that had befallen me, I made her go up to my room and sit down in my easy chair. Then I rang excitedly for Prosper to get him to rekindle the fire and to bring some wine and to summon assistance. The man entered, stared at my daughter, opened his mouth with a gasp of alarm and stupefaction, and then fell back dead. It was he who had opened the vault, who had mutilated and then abandoned my daughter, for he could not efface the traces of the theft. He had not even taken the trouble to put back the coffin into this place, feeling sure, besides, that he would not be suspected by me, as I trusted him absolutely. You see, monsieur, that we are very unfortunate people." He was silent. The night had fallen, casting its shadows over the desolate, mournful vale, and a sort of mysterious fear possessed me at finding myself by the side of those strange beings, of this young girl who had come back from the tomb, and this father with his uncanny spasms. I found it impossible to make any comment on this dreadful story. I only murmured, "What a horrible thing!" Then, after a minute's silence, I added, "Let us go indoors. I think it is growing cold." And we made our way back to the hotel. End of The Spasm. Recording by Daniele.
The Survivor by Edwin G. Wood. From Weird Tales Magazine, November 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Survivor by Edwin G. Wood. As the two men lay on the sand that night, it seemed to John Binns that he could reach up over his head and pluck a handful of the coldly glittering stars, so near did they seem. They were bright tonight. They tortured him, seeming to mock his suffering. There was one star that fascinated him. It was larger and brighter than the rest, and he lay staring at it until his eyes smarted. He licked his dry lips, running his tongue between them, and cringing at the file-like rasp. He stole a look at his companion lying near, and slyly drew the canteen, with its fast-diminishing, precious contents, to his mouth. He had no thought for his weaker companion, Dick Webb. When Dick could not suppress a groan, Binns' close-set eyes narrowed and gleamed evilly, and he muttered imprecations against the frailer man. He was angry with Webb. The two had had an argument concerning the world-old law of the survival of the fittest. He had contended that the law among men had held the same as it did among the brute creation. The strong survived, the weak perished. Didn't all the big animals prey on the smaller ones? Of course. Webb pointed out that brains were far superior to brute strength, and that brute strength frequently defeated its own purpose. His argument had been convincing enough to arouse the ire of Binns. He knew that Webb was his superior so far as intellect went, and it angered him. Well, he'd show the weakling that there was another way of taking care of yourself besides using physical strength. There was a fox-like cunning that didn't require the brains that Webb seemed to think he had, either. If it were not for the puny Webb, he, Binns, the stronger of the two, and therefore the more fit to live, might have a chance, a fighting chance, of getting out of the desert alive. They were lost. What food they had carried with them was gone, and the water was running low. Water was the worst problem. The moisture of the body dries up rapidly in these hot sands. Binns' tongue was rough. His throat began to echo, his lips to crack. The two men could not last much longer. One of them simply must be left there. Which one? Not Binns. He loved life too well to think of sacrificing it for a weakling, whom, in his opinion, the world would never miss. And Binns himself was normally a strong man. Binns' fear of death was a morbid one. It was this fear that had led him from the beginning of their mishap to take craftily more than his portion of water and give Dick less. It was all Dick's fault anyway, for had he not gotten Binns into this fool's chase after gold? He cursed himself for having been so silly as to be led away from his former life, where he had lived fairly well on what he picked up by his wits. The man at his side stirred, mumbled something in a half-delirious way, then asked for water. Binns sat up. His little eyes, that were set almost into the sides of his nose, glared at Webb. "You've had your share," he snarled. "Water," the weaker man croaked insistently, holding out a tin cup. Binns would not permit the others to drink from the canteen. The risk of his getting more than his share was too great. Binns had carried through the bluff of economizing by pointing out to Dick that it was better to measure his allowance. He was scrupulous in doling out his own portion when Dick was looking, then later he always tapped the canteen on the sly. He carried the canteen containing what was left of the water himself, under an apparently generous impulse. He was the stronger of the two, therefore the one to shoulder the most of the burden. Dick again held out his cup in a trembling hand, and demanded a drink. "Hell!" snarled Binns. He moved his hand impatiently toward the canteen, paused. Why should he waste the precious life-sustaining fluid on this half-dead man? He couldn't last, that was evident. Every drop that Dick drank now lessened Binns' chance of getting out. It was a sinful waste to pour water down the throat of a man so nearly gone. It would be much better to let the poor devil die and be done with it. It would be really a mercy to put him out of his misery. Of course it would. Nobody'd ever know the difference, and then Binns would have a small chance, of pulling through. He had never killed a man. The thought of murder made him creepy. But this feeling was not born of any value he placed on the life of a fellow human. It was rather of the dread of punishment and a superstitious fear. He had heard of men who had taken life, being ever after unable to sleep, the victim being always present in the slayer's imagination. All rot, of course, but the thought made his scalp prickle. But this would not be murder. It would simply be the old law of self-preservation. Dick was becoming impatient in his demand for water. "You haven't been playing fair, you swindling thief!" he finally cried out in a weak voice. At the thought of his having been discovered, Binns' anger flared up, as though the accusation had been unjust. Hate filled him, and his hand moved back, shot forward. A spurt of flame leaped out, and the pleading Dick slumped to the sand. Binns, deathly sick now, mopped his face with a shaking hand, and stood staring dazedly at the thing on the ground. Then he backed away. "God," he muttered as he looked in fascination at the huddled form. At last, tearing his eyes from the horrible object, he turned and ran frantically, stumbling over the uneven ground, fall again and again, up again and on, until he fell exhausted. He lay panting for some time, he did not know how long, with eyes wide open. After a while he began to doze fitfully, only to awaken each time with a start, for the figure with the cup was always before him. He enacted the scene time and again, the pleading man, the flash of the gun, the slow sinking to the ground of his companion. At last he became calmer, got up, and started on again. He hadn't any idea which way he'd been running. It might have been in a circle. That would never do. He must find something to go by. There was that bright star over there, the one that had fascinated him so, hanging above the horizon. If he kept toward that, he would at least keep a general course. Good old star. He'd follow it as long as it shone. He staggered on. If only he could get rid of that infernal thing before his eyes, that huddled thing on the ground. But wouldn't he have been a fool to give away the water? Wouldn't he? He had as good a right to his life as any other fellow. Sure. A better right than that thing he had left back there. It would have died anyway. He stopped and stared, beginning to sweat. The faint shadows cut by the sand dunes assumed grotesque shapes. One of the smaller sand heaps looked like that thing. He leaned forward, peering intently. He could have sworn it moved. He laughed aloud. He was a fool to get the jumps that way. Then he stumbled again. In his horror he had forgotten to drink, although his throat was torturing him. He imagined another one of those damnable shapes moved. He went forward and kicked at it savagely. He went on again, staggering, half delirious, and growing weak in the knees. Suddenly he again stopped and stared. Still another shape. Well, he wouldn't be fooled this time. He staggered forward to kick it. The thing sat up and held out that intolerable cup. Binns plunged forward and fell on his face. The shape crawled to his side, fell over him, searching for the canteen, finally found it, raised it to its lips, and sucked at the contents, then tried feebly to turn the fallen Binns over to pour the few remaining drops of water down his throat. At daylight, a party of men found 2 bodies lying on the sand. A man stooped over one of them. "This here guy," he said, "is breathing yet. Looks like he's been burnt by a bullet side of his head. Ain't nothing much the matter but starvation, though. Reckon we can bring him round all right. What about the other one, Bill?" Bill turned the other body over, face up. The 2 close-set little eyes stared up at the sky, which they did not see. "Couldn't be any deader," announced Bill. "It's funny, too," he went on musingly, "that this guy should be the first to peter out. He's a whole lot huskier than the other one." The end of The Survivor by Edwin G. Wood. The Tap by Arthur Edwards Chapman. From Weird Tales, February 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Tap by Arthur Edwards Chapman. Mentally, I cursed the tap. If I had risen once to turn it off, I had risen a half a dozen times during the last quarter of an hour, and still the disconcerting drip, drip, drip continued. This was the first night in my new flat, and after Mrs. Biggs, who had come to do the cleaning and prepare my meals, had wished me good night, I had settled down to run off a short article which had been promised to deliver by morning. The words had flowed from my pen with scarcely an effort, and probably for this very reason the incident stands out in my memory more vividly than would otherwise have been the case. I recollect that I had paused in my writing to consider more deeply a certain point in my article. Glancing up at the clock, I had noticed the hands indicated 11:15, and as I looked up at my pen afresh, I heard that drip, drip, drip of the tap in the bathroom. For a few minutes I paid no attention to the sound and continued writing, but presently it became so loud and so insistent that I found myself counting the drops inconsistently. Drip, drip, drip. A loose washer, I said to myself. I'll get a plumber tomorrow. Rising, I proceeded to the bathroom and turned the tap off so far as I was able. Then I went back to my desk, but barely had I picked up my pen when the sound recommenced. Drip, drip, drip. I tried to ignore it, but without success. The very quietness of the building seemed to intensify the sound until to listen to it became painful. I must have gone at least 4 times to try to screw the confounded thing off, and as surely as I returned to my chair, believing I had fixed it, just as surely would that dripping begin anew. With an exclamation of annoyance, I rose to my feet once more, and then, suddenly, I became aware that the drip, drip, drip was changing slowly, gradually, to a full rush of water, as though someone were turning on the tap to its fullest extent. In surprise, I hurried to the bathroom, and as I approached the door, I heard the little window blow open with a loud bang, and a great gust of air enfolded me, air of so icy a coldness that I shivered involuntarily. Grumbling about the carelessness of Mrs. Biggs in leaving the window unfastened, I closed it hastily and made it secure, shooting home the tiny bolt that a previous tenant had for some reason placed on the bottom frame. After stopping the tap, which by some strange freak had turned itself on, I closed the bathroom door and returned to my work, with a renewed resolve to send for a plumber in the morning. It was some time, however, before I was able to concentrate again, for I kept breaking off to listen for that drip, drip, drip. I listened in vain, for the tiresome sound was not renewed, and, though I wrote for at least an hour longer, I did not hear it again that night. Next morning I put my resolve into practice, and in due course my friend the plumber arrived. After spending considerable time in the bathroom, he came in to report to me. "Didn't seem to be anything wrong, sir," he assured me. "But I put a new washer on, and it'll be right enough now, sir. I'll bob it again, though, just to see it's a-going proper." Apparently he was right, for I did not hear the tap at all during the day. Once, after Mrs. Biggs had gone, I visited the bathroom to inspect the job, and was quite convinced that the dripping would not cause me further inconvenience. Also, I took the opportunity of seeing that the bathroom window was securely fastened, and thus satisfied, I returned to my study. I had got thoroughly warmed up to my work and was totally oblivious to everything but the scratch of my pen as it sped along the smooth surface of the paper. All else seemed wrapped in quietness, like that of a tropical night, a quietness paradoxically emphasized by a multitude of familiar sounds that, strangely enough, failed to impress themselves upon one's mind solely by reason of their very insistence. The ticking of the clock on the wall before me, the falling of an occasional coal from the grate. These and other commonplace noises served only to heighten the deadly stillness of my room. Then suddenly, as I wrote, I became conscious of a new sound, an accompaniment, it seemed, to the scratch of my pen. Drip, drip, drip. It pierced the silence like a rapier pierces a heart. It forced itself upon me so harshly that I dropped my pen and stuffed my fingers into my ears to shut it out. As I did so, I raised my head and found myself gazing with a feeling akin to fear at the clock. It was exactly 11:15. For an instant I started, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. Was it merely coincidence, or was there something uncanny about the tap? 11:15. Slowly, fearfully, I turned my head toward the door, half expecting to see some awful apparition come gliding through. Then I laughed, somewhat nervously, I must admit, at my childish dread, and got sharply to my feet. Hang it all! My nerves were all on edge. I was working too hard. A rest would do me. Drip, drip, drip. Nothing strange about that, surely, I thought. I would have it out with my friend the plumber, all the same. Meanwhile, I must try and check the dripping. As I entered the bathroom, the tap, seeming to protest against my interference, began to drip faster, and I reached out my hand to stop it. Then I felt a peculiar stinging, burning sensation of intense cold across the backs of my hands, as though someone were passing a piece of ice over them, and the knob of the tap began slowly to unscrew itself. It was weird, uncanny. I cannot adequately describe it. I tried to resist that unseen force, but was powerless against it. Nor could I withdraw my hands from the tap. They were numb with the icy coldness, and pressed as if by invisible fingers against the metal, while the screw slowly turned round and round before my very eyes, and the drip, drip, drip became a swift dribble. And then an awful, nameless terror took possession of me. I strove to flee, but could not. I turned my head away, but some strange power impelled me to return my gaze to the tap that kept on slowly turning. My heart beat madly against my ribs. I was hot and cold alternately. I think I went mad and struggled wildly to escape that horrible influence. Then, as the screw reached its limit and the water gushed forth, the little window suddenly was flung open, and an icy blast met me and sent me staggering back against the wall. For a minute, I leaned there, striving to steady my racked nerves and collect my scattered wits. But now all was still and quiet, save for the rushing of the water. Mechanically, I crossed to the basin and turned the tap off, afterward closing and fastening the window. Now I was able to think more calmly and endeavored to probe the mysteries of this strange happening. But, try as I would, I could not explain it. I have always been a skeptic when spiritualism was concerned. And yet... The next day passed quite as usual, and though on several occasions I entered the bathroom, there was no indication of anything out of the ordinary about the place. The tap was behaving just like any self-respecting tap should. During the evening I received a visit from an old college chum, Ralph Gatrix. In the old days we had fought many a wordy battle on matters related to psychic research, but Gatrix was a keen student of the subject, whereas I, as I have intimated, was openly a scoffer. Remembering this, I took the opportunity of telling him of my experience of the previous night. When I finished my tale, Gatrix was silent for a space. Then he turned and looked at me queerly and said, rather irrelevantly, I thought, "Do you remember the Goldstone murder which created such a sensation some 6 months ago?" I said I had a slight recollection of the affair. A certain theatrical manager of the name of Goldstone had murdered his wife in a fit of jealousy, wasn't it? "Yes," Gatrix agreed slowly. "Well, the crime was committed in this flat." Now it was my turn to stare curiously. "In this flat?" I repeated, taking out my cigarette case and offering it to him. Gatrix nodded. "Let me refresh your memory a little," he said lightly. "This Goldstone was known to be insanely jealous of his young wife. It was said that he suspected her of being unduly interested in a certain actor who was then playing lead in Goldstone's company. Well, one night, a Sunday it was, Goldstone was returning to his flat when he passed the actor in the street. Immediately, Goldstone's jealousy was aroused. In his mind, there was but one explanation. His wife had taken advantage of his absence to receive her lover." "Oh, I seem to remember that," I interrupted. "It was proved afterward that the actor had just left some friends further up the street, in whose company he had been all evening. Wasn't that so?" "Yes, you're right," Gatrix said. "But Goldstone didn't know that. All he thought of was the supposed faithlessness of his wife. His previous suspicions seemed to be more than justified, and he entered the flat with murder in his heart. His wife was just retiring and had gone into the bathroom for a glass of water, which she was in the habit of taking last thing at night. She had just turned on the tap, mark this well, and was reaching for the glass when Goldstone burst in upon her." Gatrix paused and glanced at the fireplace. "That would be some time just before 11, he said reflectively. "Just before 11, I shot the question suddenly. "That's the time the tap starts to drip." My friend nodded his head slowly and continued. "She hadn't time to fill the glass before Goldstone had her by the throat. You know the rest. A policeman heard her scream and forced an entry, but it was too late." He finished speaking and bent to poke the dying fire into a last despairing flame. I gazed at him half doubtfully. I believe, he said deliberately, that the spirit of the dead woman is seeking to complete the action which the mind conceived, but the body was unable to carry out. You mean that thought upmost in the woman's mind when death overtook her was to obtain a glass of water, and that the spirit will not rest in peace until this thought becomes translated into action? Yes, he said, and then stopped short, listening intently. I had heard the sound also, and knew that the hour had come. Glancing quickly at the clock, I saw that it was 11:15, and as the drip, drip, drip slowly became louder, I felt something of that fear of the previous night returning. Gatrix rose sharply and flung his half-consumed cigarette into the fireplace, a strange, far-off look in his eyes. "Come," he said quietly. I followed him, not without some misgivings, to the bathroom. As he pushed open the door, my eyes instinctively sought out the tap, and I saw that it was slowly turning. For an instant my friend watched in silence. Then suddenly he crossed to the basin, and taking a glass from the shelf above, held it under the tap, which now was running swiftly. Wonderingly, I watched him, shivering a little as I felt an icy wave pass by me. But Gatrix did not appear to notice anything, and, placing the glass, now full, on the basin, he came quickly to my side. "Watch," he said simply. Together we gazed at the glass of water, and then, with a shock, I realized that it was moving. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it began to float upward, as though raised by an invisible hand. Fascinated, horrified, I watched its upward course, and I think I would have rushed forward had not my companion held me back with a warning arm. Higher the glass went, and that invisible hand began to tilt it, so that it seemed as if the contents must be spilled to the floor. No drop fell, however. Instead, I saw the water slowly disappearing, vanishing into the air, until the last drop was gone. I felt my head throbbing, my heart began to race, I could stand it no longer, and with a cry, I flung aside my friend's restraining hand and darted wildly forward. With a loud crash, the window burst open, and as I fell back before the fierceness of the inrush of air, the glass, freed from the invisible power, tumbled to the floor, where it shattered in 100 fragments. With an effort, I calmed myself and turned to Gatrix, who was still standing with his back against the wall, a vacant look in his eyes and a faint smile of understanding and relief on his lips. What was it?" I stammered. "What does it mean?" Quietly he answered as he turned toward me. "It means that an unexpressed thought has become an actuality. The spirit will trouble you no more." My friend the plumber came, as he had promised, to see how his job had gone on. "Well, sir," he said, "I dare bet as how the tap ain't dripping now, eh?" I smiled thoughtfully. "No," I replied slowly, "it doesn't drip now." "I thought as how I'd fixed it," he exclaimed with professional pride. "What I don't know about taps ain't worth wasting breath on." The end of The Tap by Arthur Edwards Chapman.
The Thing at Nolan by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Austin Kelly. The Thing at Nolan by Ambrose Bierce. To the south of where the road between Leesville and Hardy in the state of Missouri crossed the east fork of May Creek stands an abandoned house. Nobody has lived in it since the summer of 1879, and it is fast going to pieces. For some 3 years before the date mentioned above, it was occupied by the family of Charles May, from one of whose ancestors the creek near which it stands took its name. Mr. May's family consisted of a wife, an adult son, and 2 young girls. The son's name was John. The names of the daughters are unknown to the writer of this sketch. John May was of a morose and surly disposition, not easily moved to anger, but having an uncommon gift of sullen, implacable hate. His father was quite otherwise, of a sunny, jovial disposition, but with a quick temper, like a sudden flame kindled in a wisp of straw, which consumes it in a flash, and is no more. He cherished no resentments, and his anger gone, was quick to make overtures for reconciliation. He had a brother living near-by, who was unlike him in respect of all this, and it was a current witticism in the neighborhood that John had inherited his disposition from his uncle. One day a misunderstanding arose between father and son. Harsh words ensued, and the father struck the son full in the face with his fist. John quietly wiped away the blood that followed the blow, fixed his eyes upon the already penitent offender, and said with cold composure, "You will die for that." The words were overheard by 2 brothers named Jackson, who were approaching the men at the moment, but seeing them engaged in a quarrel, they retired, apparently unobserved. Charles May afterward related the unfortunate occurrence to his wife and explained that he had apologized to the son for the hasty blow, but without avail. The young man not only rejected his overtures, but refused to withdraw his terrible threat. Nevertheless, there was no open rupture of relations. John continued living with the family, and things went on very much as before. One Sunday morning in June 1879, about 2 weeks after what has been related, May Sr. left the house immediately after breakfast, taking a spade. He said he was going to make an excavation at a certain spring in a wood about a mile away, so that the cattle could obtain water. John remained in the house for some hours, variously occupied in shaving himself, writing letters, and reading a newspaper. His manner was very nearly what it usually was. Perhaps he was a trifle more sullen and surly. At 2 o'clock he left the house. At 5 he returned. For some reason not connected with any interest in his movements, and which is not now recalled, the time of his departure and that of his return were noted by his mother and sisters, as was attested at his trial for murder. It was observed that his clothing was wet in spots, as if, so the prosecution afterward pointed out, he had been removing bloodstains from it. His manner was strange, his look wild. He complained of illness, and going to his room, took to his bed. May Sr. did not return. Later that evening the nearest neighbors were aroused, and during that night and the following day a search was prosecuted through the wood where the spring was. It resulted in little but the discovery of both men's footprints in the clay about the spring. John May, in the meantime, had grown rapidly worse with what the local physician called brain fever, and in his delirium raved of murder, but did not say whom he conceived to have been murdered, nor whom he imagined to have done the deed. But his threat was recalled by the brothers Jackson, and he was arrested on suspicion, and a deputy sheriff put in charge of him at his home. Public opinion ran strongly against him, and but for his illness he would probably have been hanged by a mob. As it was, a meeting of the neighbors was held on Tuesday, and a committee appointed to watch the case and take such action at any time as circumstances might seem to warrant. On Wednesday, all was changed. From the town of Nolan, 8 miles away, came a story which put a quite different light on the matter. Nolan consisted of a schoolhouse, a blacksmith's shop, a store, and a half-dozen dwellings. The store was kept by one Henry Odell, a cousin of the elder May. On the afternoon of the Sunday of May's disappearance, Mr. Odell and 4 of his neighbors, men of credibility, were sitting in the store smoking and talking. It was a warm day, and both the front and the back door were open. At about 3 o'clock, Charles May, who was well known to three of them, entered at the front door and passed out at the rear. He was without hat or coat. He did not look at them, nor return their greeting, a circumstance which did not surprise, for he was evidently seriously hurt. Above the left eyebrow was a wound, a deep gash from which the blood flowed, covering the whole left side of the face and neck and saturating his light grey shirt. Oddly enough, the thought uppermost in the minds of all was that he had been fighting and was going to the brook directly at the back of the store to wash himself. Perhaps there was a feeling of delicacy, a backwoods etiquette which restrained them from following him to offer assistance. The court records, from which mainly this narrative is drawn, are silent as to anything but the fact. They waited for him to return, but he did not return. Bordering the brook behind the store is a forest extending for 6 miles back to the Medicine Lodge Hills. As soon as it became known in the neighborhood of the missing man's dwelling that he had been seen in Nolan, there was a marked alteration in public sentiment and feeling. The Vigilance Committee went out of existence without the formality of a resolution. Search along the wooded bottomlands of May Creek was stopped, and nearly the entire male population of the region took to beating the bush about Nolan and in the Medicine Lodge Hills. But of the missing man no trace was found. One of the strangest circumstances of this strange case is the formal indictment and trial of a man for murder of one whose body no human being professed to have seen, one not known to be dead. We are all more or less familiar with the vagaries and eccentricities of frontier law, but this instance, it is thought, is unique. However that may be, it is of record that on recovering from his illness John May was indicted for the murder of his missing father. Counsel for the defense appears not to have demurred, and the case was tried on its merits. The prosecution was spiritless and perfunctory. The defense easily established, with regard to the deceased, an alibi. If during the time in which John May must have killed Charles May, if he killed him at all, Charles May was miles away from where John May must have been, it is plain that the deceased must have come to his death at the hands of someone else. John May was acquitted, immediately left the country, and has never been heard of from that day. Shortly afterward, his mother and sisters removed to St. Louis. The farm having passed into the possession of a man who owns the land adjoining and has a dwelling of his own, the May house has ever since been vacant and has the somber reputation of being haunted. One day, after the May family had left the country, some boys playing in the woods along May Creek found concealed under a mass of dead leaves, but partly exposed by the rooting of hogs, a spade, nearly new and bright, except for a spot on one edge, which was rusted and stained with blood. The implement had the initials C.M. cut into the handle. This discovery renewed in some degree the public excitement of a few months before. The earth near the spot where the spade was found was carefully examined, and the result was the finding of a dead body of a man. It had been buried under 2 or 3 feet of soil, and the spot covered with a layer of dead leaves and twigs. There was but little decomposition, a fact attributed to some preservative property in the mineral-bearing soil. Above the left eyebrow was a wound, a deep gash, from which blood had flowed, covering the whole left side of the face and neck, and saturating the light grey shirt. The skull had been cut through by the blow. The body was that of Charles May. But what was it that passed through Mr. Odell's store at Nolan? End The Thing at Nolan by Ambrose Bierce. Recorded by Paul Austin Kelly at Lewes, East Sussex, UK.
The Veiled Nun of St. Leonards by W.T. Linskill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Veiled Nun of St. Leonards by W.T. Linskill. Curiously enough, although I have been in many old haunted castles and churches, at the exactly correct hour, viz. midnight, in Scotland, England, Wales, and the Rhine country, yet I have never been able to either see or hear a ghost of any sort. The only thing of the kind I ever saw was an accidental meeting with the far-famed Spring-Heeled Jack in a dark lane at Helensburgh. It was many years ago, and as I was then very small and he was of immense proportions, the meeting was distinctly unpleasant for me. Now, from legends we learn that St. Andrews is possessed of a prodigious number of supernatural appearances of different kinds, sizes and shapes, most of them of an awe-inspiring and blood-curdling type. In fact, so numerous are they, 80 in number they seem to be, that there is really no room for any modern aspirants who may want a quiet place to appear and turn people's hair white. It might be well to mention a few of them before telling the tale of the Veiled Nun of St. Leonard's Church Avenue. We will put aside ordinary banshees and things that can only be heard. Well, there is the celebrated phantom coach that Willie Carson told us of. It has been heard and seen by many. There is also a white lady that used to haunt the Abbey Road, the ghost of St. Roll's Tower, the haunted Tower ghost, the Blackfriars ghost, the wraith of Haxton of Ritholet, the spectre of the old castle, the dancing skeletons, the smothered piper lad, the phantom bloodhound, the priory ghost, and many, many more. The Nun of St. Leonards is as curious and interesting as any of them, though a bit weird and gruesome. In the time of charming Mary Stuart, our White Queen, there lived in the old South Street a very lovely lady belonging to a very old Scottish family, and her beauty and wit brought many admirers to claim her hand, but with little or no success. She waved them all away. At last she became affianced to a fine and brave young fellow who came from the East Lothian country, and for some months all went merrily as a married belle, but at last clouds overspread the rosy horizon. She resolved that she would never become an earthly bride, but would take the veil and become a bride of Holy Church, a nun in point of fact. When her lover heard that she had left home and entered a house of holy sisters, he at once announced his intention of hastening to St. Andrews, seizing her and marrying her at once. In this project it would seem the young lady's parents were in perfect agreement with the devoted youth. He did hasten to St. Andrews almost immediately, and there received a terrible shock. On meeting this once lovely and loved maiden, he discovered that she had actually done what she had written and threatened to do. Sooner than be an earthly bride, she had mutilated her face by slitting her nostrils. She had cut off her eyelids, and both her top and bottom lips, and had branded her fair cheeks with cruel, hot irons. The poor youth, on seeing her famous beauty thus destroyed, fled to Edinburgh, where he committed suicide, and she, after becoming a nun, died from grief and remorse. That all happened nearly 400 years ago, but her spirit, with the terribly marred and mutilated face, still wanders o' nights in the peaceful little avenue to old St. Leonard's Iron Kirk Gate down the Pens Road. She is all dressed in black, with a long black veil over the once lovely face, and carries a lantern in her hand. Should any bold visitor to that avenue meet her, she slowly sweeps her face veil aside, raises the lantern to her scarred face, and discloses those awful features to his horrified gaze. Here is the curious thing that I know happened there a few years ago. I knew a young fellow here who was reading upon theology and church canon law. I also knew a great friend of his, an old Cambridge man. The former I will call Wilson, and the latter Talbot, as I do not want to give the exact names. Well, Wilson had invited Talbot up to St. Andrews for a month of golf, and he arrived here on a Christmas day. He came to my rooms for about 10 minutes, and I never saw anyone merrier and brighter and full of old days at Cambridge. Then he hurried off to see the links and the club. Late that evening Wilson rushed in. "Come along quick and see Talbot. He's awfully ill, and I don't know what's up a bit." I went off and found Talbot in his lodgings with a doctor in attendance, and he certainly looked dangerously ill and seemed perfectly dazed. Wilson told me that he had to go to see some people on business that evening down by the harbour, and that he took Talbot with him down the Pens Road. It was a fine night, and Talbot said he would walk about the road and enjoy a cigar till his friend's return. In about half an hour Wilson returned up the Pens Road, but could see Talbot nowhere in sight. After hunting about for a long time, he found him leaning against the third or fourth tree up the little avenue to St. Leonard's Kirk Gate. He went up to him when Talbot turned a horrified face toward him, saying, "Oh my God, have you come to meet me again?" and fell down in a fit or a swoon. He got some passers-by to help to take poor Talbot to his rooms. Then he came round for me. We sat up with him in wonder and amazement, and briefly this is what he told us. After walking up and down the Pens Road, he thought he would take a survey of the little avenue, when at the end he saw a little light approaching him, and he turned back to meet it. Thinking it was a policeman, he wished him good evening, but got no reply. On approaching nearer, he saw it to be a veiled female with a lantern. Getting quite close, she stopped in front of him, drew aside her long veil, and held up the lantern towards him. "My God," said Talbot, "I can never forget or describe that terrible, fearful face. I felt choked, and I fell like a log at her feet. I remember no more till I found myself in these rooms, and you two fellows sitting beside me. I leave this place tomorrow." And he did by the first train. His state of panic was terrible to see. Neither Wilson nor Talbot had ever heard the tale of the awful apparition of the St. Leonard's nun, and I had almost forgotten the existence of the strange story till so curiously reminded of it. I never saw Talbot again, but I had a letter from him a year after, written from Rheinfels, telling me that on Christmas Day he had had another vision, dream, or whatever it was, of the same awful spectre. About a year later I read in a paper that poor old Talbot had died on Christmas night at Rosario of heart failure. I often wonder if the dear old chap had had another visit from the terrible Veiled Nun of St. Leonard's Avenue. End of The Veiled Nun of St. Leonard's by W. T. Linskill. Recording by Grant Love.
Visions of the Night by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fury. Visions of the Night by Ambrose Bierce. I hold the belief that the gift of dreams is a valuable literary endowment, that if by some art not now understood, the elusive fancies that it supplies could be caught and fixed and made to serve, we should have a literature exceeding fair. In captivity and domestication the gift could doubtless be wonderfully improved, as animals bred to service acquire new capacities and powers. By taming our dreams we shall double our working hours, and our most fruitful labour will be done in sleep. Even as matters are, Dreamland is a tributary province, as witness Kubla Khan. What is a dream? A loose and lawless collocation of memories, a disorderly succession of matters once present in the waking consciousness. It is a resurrection of the dead, pell-mell, ancient and modern, the just and the unjust, springing from their cracked tombs, each in his habit as he lived, pressing forward confusedly to have an audience of the master of the revel, and snatching one another's garments as they run. Master? No, he has abdicated his authority, and they have their will of him. His own is dead and does not rise with the rest. His judgment, too, is gone, and with it the capacity to be surprised. Pained he may be, and pleased, terrified and charmed, but wonder he cannot feel.
the monstrous, the preposterous, the unnatural. These all are simple, right, and reasonable. The ludicrous does not amuse, nor the impossible amaze. The dreamer is your only true poet. He is, of imagination all compact. Imagination is merely memory. Try to imagine something that you have never observed, experienced, heard of, or read about. Try to conceive an animal, for example, without body, head, limbs, or tail, a house without walls or roof. But, when awake, having assistance of will and judgment, we can somewhat control and direct. We can pick and choose from memory's store, taking that which serves, excluding, though sometimes with difficulty, what is not to the purpose. Asleep, our fancies inherit us. They come so grouped, so blended and compounded, the one with another, so wrought of one another's elements, that the whole seems new, but the old familiar units of conception are there, and none beside. Waking or sleeping, we get from imagination nothing new but new adjustments. The stuff that dreams are made on has been gathered by the physical senses and stored in memory, as squirrels hoard nuts. But one, at least, of the senses contributes nothing to the fabric of the dream. No one ever dreamed an odour. Sight, hearing, feeling, possibly taste, are all workers, making provision for our nightly entertainment, but sleep is without a nose. It surprises that those keen observers, the ancient poets, did not so describe the drowsy god, and that their obedient servants, the ancient sculptors, did not so represent him. Perhaps these latter worthies, working for posterity, reasoned that time and mischance would inevitably revise their work in this regard, conforming it to the facts of nature. Who can so relate a dream that it shall seem one? No poet has so light a touch. As well try to write the music of an Aeolian harp. There is a familiar species of the genus boor, Penetrator intolerabilis, who, having read a story, perhaps by some master of style, is at the pains elaborately to expound its plot for your edification and delight, then thinks, good soul, that now you need not read it. Under substantially similar circumstances and conditions, as the interstate commerce law hath it, I should not be guilty of the like offence, but I purpose herein to set forth the plots of certain dreams of my own, the circumstances and conditions being, as I conceive, dissimilar in this, that the dreams themselves are not accessible to the reader. In endeavouring to make record of their poorer part, I do not indulge the hope of a higher success. I have no salt to put upon the tale of a dream's elusive spirit. I was walking at dusk through a great forest of unfamiliar trees, whence and whither I did not know. I had a sense of the vast extent of the wood, a consciousness that I was the only living thing in it. I was obsessed by some awful spell in expiation of a forgotten crime committed, as I vaguely surmised, against the sunrise. Mechanically, and without hope, I moved under the arms of the giant trees, along a narrow trail penetrating the haunted solitudes of the forest. I came at length to a brook that flowed darkly and sluggishly across my path, and saw that it was blood. Turning to the right, I followed it up a considerable distance, and soon came to a small circular opening in the forest, filled with a dim, unreal light, by which I saw in the centre of the opening a deep tank of white marble. It was filled with blood, and the stream that I had followed up was its outlet. All round the tank, between it and the enclosing forest, a space of perhaps 10 feet in breadth, paved with immense slabs of marble, were dead bodies of men. A score. Though I did not count them, I knew that the number had some significant and portentous relation to my crime. Possibly they marked the time, in centuries, since I had committed it. I only recognized the fitness of the number and knew it without counting. The bodies were naked and arranged symmetrically around the central tank, radiating from it like spokes of a wheel. The feet were outward, the heads hanging over the edge of the tank. Each lay upon its back, its throat cut, blood slowly dripping from the wound. I looked on all this unmoved. It was a natural and necessary result of my offence, and did not affect me. But there was something that filled me with apprehension and terror, a monstrous pulsation, beating with a slow, inevitable recurrence. I do not know which of the senses it addressed, or if it made its way to the consciousness through some avenue unknown to science and experience. The pitiless regularity of this vast rhythm was maddening. I was conscious that it pervaded the entire forest, and was a manifestation of some gigantic and implacable malevolence. Of this dream I have no further recollection. Probably, overcome by a terror which doubtless had its origin in the discomfort of an impeded circulation, I cried out and was awakened by the sound of my own voice. The dream whose skeleton I shall now present occurred in my early youth. I could not have been more than 16. I am considerably more now, yet I recall the incidents as vividly as when the vision was of an hour's age, and I lay cowering beneath the bed covering and trembling with terror from the memory. I was alone, on a boundless level in the night. In my bad dreams I am always alone, and it is usually night. No trees were anywhere in sight, no habitations of men, no streams nor hill. The earth seemed to be covered with a short, coarse vegetation that was black and stubbly, as if the plain had been swept by fire. My way was broken here and there as I went forward, with I know not what purpose, by small pools of water occupying shallow depressions, as if the fire had been succeeded by rain. These pools were on every side, and kept vanishing and appearing again, as heavy dark clouds drove athwart those parts of the sky which they reflected, and passing on disclosed again the steely glitter of the stars, in whose cold light the waters shone with a black lustre. My course lay toward the west, where low along the horizon burned a crimson light beneath long strips of cloud, giving that effect of measureless distance that I have since learned to look for in Doré's pictures, where every touch of his hand has laid a portent and a curse. As I moved, I saw outlined against this uncanny background a silhouette of battlements and towers, which, expanding with every mile of my journey, grew at last to an unthinkable height and breadth, till the buildings subtended a wide angle of vision, yet seemed no nearer than before. Heartless and hopeless, I struggled on over the blasted and forbidding plain, and still the mighty structure grew until I could no longer compass it with a look, and its towers shut out the stars directly overhead. Then I passed in at an open portal, between columns of Cyclopean masonry, whose single stones were larger than my father's house. Within all was vacancy. Everything was coated with the dust of desertion. A dim light, the lawless light of dreams, sufficient unto itself, enabled me to pass from corridor to corridor, and from room to room, every door yielding to my hand. In the rooms it was a long walk from wall to wall. Of no corridor did I ever reach an end. My footfalls gave out that strange hollow sound that is never heard but in abandoned dwellings and tenanted tombs. For hours I wandered in this awful solitude, conscious of a seeking purpose, yet knowing not what I sought. At last, in what I conceived to be an extreme angle of the building, I entered a room of the ordinary dimensions, having a single window. Through this I saw the same crimson light still lying along the horizon in the measureless reaches of the west, like a visible doom, and knew it for the lingering fire of eternity. Looking upon the red menace of its sullen and sinister glare, there came to me the dreadful truth which years later, as an extravagant fancy, I endeavoured to express in verse. Man is long ages dead in every zone. The angels all are gone to graves unknown. The devils too are cold enough at last, and God lies dead before the great white throne. The light was powerless to dispel the obscurity of the room, and it was some time before I discovered in the farthest angle the outlines of a bed, and approached it with a prescience of ill. I felt that here somehow the bad business of my adventure was to end with some horrible climax, yet could not resist the spell that urged me to the fulfilment. Upon the bed, partly clothed, lay the dead body of a human being. It lay upon its back, the arms straight along the sides. By bending over it, which I did with loathing but no fear, I could see that it was dreadfully decomposed. The ribs protruded from the leathern flesh. Through the skin of the sunken belly could be seen the protuberances of the spine. The face was black and shriveled, and the lips, drawn away from the yellow teeth, cursed it with a ghastly grin. A fullness under the closed lids seemed to indicate that the eyes had survived the general wreck, and this was true, for as I bent above them they slowly opened, and gazed into mine with a tranquil, steady regard. Imagine my horror how you can. No words of mine can assist the conception. The eyes were my own. That vestigial fragment of a vanished race, that unspeakable thing which neither time nor eternity had wholly effaced, that hateful and abhorrent scrap of mortality, still sentient after death of God and the angels, was I. There are dreams that repeat themselves. Of this class is one of my own, which seems sufficiently singular to justify its narration, though truly I fear the reader will think the realms of sleep are anything but a happy hunting ground for my night-wandering soul. This is not true. The greater number of my incursions into dreamland, and I suppose those of most others, are attended with the happiest results. My imagination returns to the body like a bee to the hive, loaded with spoil which, reason assisting, is transmuted to honey and stored away in the cells of memory to be a joy forever. But the dream which I am about to relate has a double character. It is strangely dreadful in the experience, but the horror it inspires is so ludicrously disproportionate to the one incident producing it, that in retrospection the fantasy amuses. I am passing through an open glade in a thinly wooded country. Through the belt of scattered trees that bound the irregular space, there are glimpses of cultivated fields and the homes of strange intelligences. It must be near daybreak, for the moon, nearly at full, is low in the west, showing blood red through the mists with which the landscape is fantastically freaked. The grass about my feet is heavy with dew, and the whole scene is that of a morning in early summer, glimmering in the unfamiliar light of a setting full moon. Near my path is a horse, visibly and audibly cropping the herbage. It lifts its head as I am about to pass, regards me motionless for a moment, then walks toward me. It is milk white, mild of mien, and amiable in look. I say to myself, this horse is a gentle soul, and pause to caress it. It keeps its eyes fixed upon my own, approaches and speaks to me in a human voice, with human words. This does not surprise, but terrifies, and instantly I return to this our world. The horse always speaks my own tongue, but I never know what it says. I suppose I vanish from the land of dreams before it finishes expressing what it has in mind, leaving it, no doubt, as greatly terrified by my sudden disappearance as I by its manner of accosting me. I would give value to know the purport of its communication. Perhaps some morning I shall understand, and return no more to this our world. End of Visions of the Night.
The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall by John Kendrick Bangs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall by John Kendrick Bangs. The trouble with Harrowby Hall was that it was haunted, and what was worse, the ghost did not content itself with merely appearing at the bedside of the afflicted person who saw it, but persisted in remaining there for one mortal hour before it would disappear. It never appeared except on Christmas Eve, and then as the clock was striking 12, in which respect alone was it lacking in that originality which in these days is a sine qua non of success in spectral life. The owners of Harrowby Hall had done their utmost to rid themselves of the damp and dewy lady who rose up out of the best bedroom floor at midnight, but without avail. They had tried stopping the clock so that the ghost would not know when it was midnight, but she made her appearance just the same, with that fearful miasmatic personality of hers, and there she would stand until everything about her was thoroughly saturated. Then the owners of Harrowby Hall caulked up every crack in the floor with the very best quality of hemp, and over this were placed layers of tar and canvas. The walls were made waterproof, and the doors and windows likewise, the proprietors having conceived the notion that the unexercised lady would find it difficult to leak into the room after these precautions had been taken. But even this did not suffice. The following Christmas Eve she appeared as promptly as before, and frightened the occupant of the room quite out of his senses by sitting down alongside of him and gazing with their cavernous blue eyes into his. And he noticed, too, that in her long, aqueously bony fingers bits of dripping seaweed were entwined, the ends hanging down, and these ends she drew across his forehead until he became like one insane. And then he swooned away and was found unconscious in his bed the next morning by his host, simply saturated with seawater and fright, from the combined effects of which he never recovered, dying 4 years later of pneumonia and nervous prostration at the age of 78. The next year, the master of Harrowby Hall decided not to have the best spare bedroom opened at all, thinking that perhaps the ghost's thirst for making herself disagreeable would be satisfied by haunting the furniture. But the plan was as unavailing as the many that had preceded it. The ghost appeared as usual in the room, that is, it was supposed she did, for the hangings were dripping wet the next morning, and in the parlor below the haunted room, a great damp spot appeared on the ceiling. Finding no one there, she immediately set out to learn the reason why, and she chose none other to haunt than the owner of the Harrowby himself. She found him in his own cozy room drinking whiskey undiluted, and felicitating himself upon having foiled her ghostship. But all of a sudden, the curl went out of his hair, his whiskey bottle filled and overflowed, and he was himself in a condition similar to that of a man who has fallen into a water butt. When he recovered from the shock, which was a painful one, he saw before him the lady of the cavernous eyes and seaweed fingers. The sight was so unexpected and so terrifying that he fainted, but immediately came to because of the vast amount of water in his hair, which, trickling down over his face, restored his consciousness. Now it so happened that the master of Harrowby was a brave man, and while he was not particularly fond of interviewing ghosts, especially such quenching ghosts as the one before him, he was not to be daunted by an apparition. He had paid the lady the compliment of fainting from the effects of his first surprise, and now that he had come to, he intended to find out a few things he felt he had a right to know. He would have liked to put on a dry suit of clothes first, but the apparition declined to leave him for an instant until her hour was up, and he was forced to deny himself that pleasure. Every time he would move, she would follow him, with the result that everything she came in contact with got a ducking. In an effort to warm himself up, he approached the fire, an unfortunate move as it turned out, because it brought the ghost directly over the fire, which immediately was extinguished. The whiskey became utterly valueless as a comforter to his chilled system, because it was by this time diluted to a proportion of 90% of water. The only thing he could do to ward off the evil effects of his encounter he did, and that was to swallow 10 2-grain quinine pills, which he managed to put into his mouth before the ghost had time to interfere. Having done this, he turned with some asperity to the ghost and said, "Far be it from me to be impolite to a woman, madam, but I'm hanged if it wouldn't please me better if you'd stop these infernal visits of yours to this house. Go sit out on the lake if you like that sort of thing. Soak the water butt if you wish. But do not, I implore you, come into a gentleman's house and saturate him and his possessions in this way. It is damned disagreeable. Henry Hardwick Oglethorpe, said the ghost in a gurgling voice, you don't know what you are talking about. Madam, returned the unhappy householder, I wish that remark were strictly truthful. I was talking about you. It would be shillings and pence, nay, pounds in my pocket, madam, if I did not know you. That is a bit of specious nonsense, returned the ghost, throwing a quart of indignation into the face of the master of Harrowby. It may rank as repartee, but as a comment upon my statement that you do not know what you are talking about, it savors of irrelevant impertinence. You do not know that I am compelled to haunt this place year after year by inexorable fate. It is no pleasure to me to enter this house and ruin and mildew everything I touch. I never aspired to be a shower bath, but it is my doom. Do you know who I am? No, I don't, returned the master of Harrowby. I should say you were the Lady of the Lake, or Little Sally Waters. You are a witty man for your years, said the ghost. Well, my humor is drier than yours ever will be, returned the master. No doubt. I'm never dry. I am the water ghost of Harrowby Hall, and dryness is a quality entirely beyond my wildest hope. I have been the incumbent of this highly unpleasant office for 200 years tonight. How the deuce did you ever come to get elected? Asked the master. Through a suicide, replied the spectre. I am the ghost of that fair maiden whose picture hangs over the mantelpiece in the drawing-room. I should have been your great-great-great-great-great-aunt if I had lived, Henry Hardwick Oglethorpe, for I was the own sister of your great-great-great-great-grandfather. But what induced you to get this house into such a predicament? I was not to blame, sir, returned the lady. It was my father's fault. He it was who built Harrowby Hall, and the haunted chamber was to have been mine. My father had it furnished in pink and yellow, knowing well that blue and grey formed the only combination of colour I could tolerate. He did it merely to spite me, and with what I deem a proper spirit, I declined to live in the room, whereupon my father said I could live there or on the lawn, he didn't care which. That night I ran from the house and jumped over the cliff into the sea. That was rash, said the master of Harrowby. So I've heard, returned the ghost. If I had known what the consequences were to be, I should not have jumped. But I really never realized what I was doing until after I was drowned. I had been drowned a week when a sea nymph came to me and informed me that I was to be one of her followers forever afterwards, adding that it should be my doom to haunt Harrowby Hall for 1 hour every Christmas Eve throughout the rest of eternity. I was to haunt that room on such Christmas Eves as I found it inhabited, and if it should turn out not to be inhabited, I was and am to spend the allotted hour with the head of the house. I'll sell the place. That you cannot do, for it is also required of me that I shall appear as the deeds are to be delivered to any purchaser, and divulge to him the awful secret of the house. Do you mean to tell me that on every Christmas Eve that I don't happen to have somebody in that guest chamber, you are going to haunt me wherever I may be, ruining my whiskey, taking all the curl out of my hair, extinguishing my fire, and soaking me through to the skin? Demanded the master. You have stated the case, Oglethorpe, and what is more, said the water ghost, It doesn't make the slightest difference where you are. If I find that room empty, wherever you may be, I shall douse you with my spectral presence." Here the clock struck 1, and immediately the apparition faded away. It was perhaps more of a trickle than a fade, but as a disappearance it was complete. "By St. George and his dragon!" ejaculated the master of Harrowby, wringing his hands. "It is guineas to hot cross buns that next Christmas there's an occupant of the spare room, or I spend the night in a bathtub." But the master of Harrowby would have lost his wager had there been anyone there to take him up, for when Christmas Eve came again he was in his grave, never having recovered from the cold contracted that awful night. Harrowby Hall was closed, and the heir to the estate was in London, where to him in his chambers came the same experience that his father had gone through, saving only that, being younger and stronger, he survived the shock. Everything in his rooms was ruined. His clocks were rusted in the works. A fine collection of watercolor drawings was entirely obliterated by the onslaught of the water ghost. And what was worse, the apartments below his were drenched with the water soaking through the floors, a damage for which he was compelled to pay, and which resulted in his being requested by his landlady to vacate the premises immediately. The story of the visitation inflicted upon his family had gone abroad, and no one could be got to invite him out to any function save afternoon teas and receptions. Fathers of daughters declined to permit him to remain in their houses later than 8 o'clock at night, not knowing but that some emergency might arise in the supernatural world which would require the unexpected appearance of the water ghost in this on nights other than Christmas Eve. And before the mystic hour when weary churchyards, ignoring the rules which are supposed to govern polite society, begin to yawn. Nor would the maids themselves have aught to do with him, fearing the destruction by the sudden incursion of aqueous femininity of the costumes which they held most dear. So the heir of Harrowby Hall resolved, as his ancestors for several generations before him had resolved, that something must be done. His first thought was to make one of his servants occupy the haunted room at the crucial moment, but in this he failed, because the servants themselves knew the history of that room and rebelled. None of his friends would consent to sacrifice their personal comfort to his, nor was there to be found in all England a man so poor as to be willing to occupy the doomed chamber on Christmas Eve for pay. Then the thought came to the heir to have the fireplace in the room enlarged, so that he might evaporate the ghost at its first appearance, and he was felicitating himself upon the ingenuity of his plan, when he remembered what his father had told him, how that no fire could withstand the lady's extremely contagious dampness. And then he bethought him of steam pipes. These, he remembered, could lie hundreds of feet deep in water, and still retain sufficient heat to drive the water away in vapor. And as a result of this thought, the haunted room was heated by steam to a withering degree, and the heir for 6 months attended daily the Turkish baths, so that when Christmas Eve came, he could himself withstand the awful temperature of the room. The scheme was only partially successful. The water ghost appeared at the specified time, and found the heir of Harrowby prepared. But hot as the room was, it shortened her visit by no more than 5 minutes in the hour, during which time the nervous system of the young master was well nigh shattered, and the room itself was cracked and warped to an extent which required the outlay of a large sum of money to remedy. And worse than this, as the last drop of the water ghost was slowly sizzling itself out on the floor, she whispered to her would-be conqueror that his scheme would avail him nothing, because there was still water in great plenty where she came from, and that next year would find her rehabilitated and as exasperatingly saturating as ever. It was then that the natural action of the mind, in going from one extreme to the other, suggested to the ingenious heir of Harrowby the means by which the water ghost was ultimately conquered, and happiness once more came within the grasp of the house of Oglethorpe. The heir provided himself with a warm suit of fur underclothing. Donning this with the furry side in, he placed over it a rubber garment, tight-fitting, which he wore just as a woman wears a jersey. On top of this he placed another set of underclothing, this suit made of wool, and over this was a second rubber garment like the first. Upon his head he placed a light and comfortable diving helmet, and so clad on the following Christmas Eve he awaited the coming of his tormentor. It was a bitterly cold night that brought to a close this 24th day of December. The air outside was still, but the temperature was below zero. Within all was quiet, the servants of Harrowby Hall awaiting with beating hearts the outcome of their master's campaign against his supernatural visitor. The master himself was lying on the bed in the haunted room, clad as has already been indicated, and then the clock clanged out the hour of 12. There was a sudden banging of doors, a blast of cold air swept through the halls, the door leading into the haunted chamber flew open, a splash was heard, and the water ghost was seen standing at the side of the heir of Harrowby, from whose outer dress there streamed rivulets of water, but whose own person deep down under the various garments he wore was as dry and as warm as he could have wished. "Ha!" said the young master of Harrowby. "I'm glad to see you." "You are the most original man I've met, if that is true," returned the ghost. "May I ask where did you get that hat?" "Certainly, madam," returned the master courteously. "It is a little portable observatory I had made for just such emergencies as this. But tell me, is it true that you are doomed to follow me about for one mortal hour? To stand where I stand? To sit where I sit?" "That is my delectable fate," returned the lady. "We'll go out on the lake," said the master, starting up. "You can't get rid of me that way," returned the ghost. "The water won't swallow me up. In fact, it will just add to my present bulk." "Nevertheless," said the master firmly, "we will go out on the lake." "But, my dear sir," returned the ghost with a pale reluctance, "it is fearfully cold out there. You will be frozen hard before you've been out 10 minutes. "Oh, no, I'll not," replied the master. "I am very warmly dressed. Come." This last in a tone of command that made the ghost ripple, and they started. They had not gone far before the water ghost showed signs of distress. "You walk too slowly," she said. "I am nearly frozen. My knees are so stiff now I can hardly move. I beseech you to accelerate your step." "I should like to oblige a lady," returned the master courteously, "but my clothes are rather heavy, and 100 yards an hour is about my speed. Indeed, I think we would better sit down here on this snowdrift and talk matters over." Do not do so, I beg," cried the ghost. "Let me move on. I feel myself growing rigid as it is. If we stop here, I shall be frozen stiff." "That, madam," said the master slowly and seating himself on an ice cake, "that is why I have brought you here. We have been on this spot just 10 minutes. We have 50 more. Take your time about it, madam, but freeze. That is all I ask of you." "I cannot move my right leg now," cried the ghost in despair, "and my overskirt is a solid sheet of ice. Oh, could kind Mr. Oglethorpe light a fire and let me go free from these icy fetters." "Never, madam, it cannot be. I have you at last." "Alas!" cried the ghost, a tear trickling down her frozen cheek. "Help me, I beg. I congeal." "Congeal, madam, congeal," returned Oglethorpe coldly. "You have drenched me and mine for 203 years, madam. Tonight you have had your last drench." "Ah, but I shall thaw out again, and then you'll see. Instead of the comfortably tepid, genial ghost I have been in my past, sir, I shall be iced water," cried the lady threateningly. "No, you won't either," returned Oglethorpe, "for when you are frozen quite stiff, I shall send you to a cold storage warehouse, and there shall you remain an icy work of art forevermore." "But warehouses burn." "So they do, but this warehouse cannot burn. It is made of asbestos, and surrounding it are fireproof walls, and within those walls the temperature is now and shall forever be 416 degrees below the 0 point, low enough to make an icicle of any flame in this world, or the next," the master added with an ill-suppressed chuckle. "For the last time, let me beseech you. I would go on my knees to you, Oglethorpe, were they not already frozen. I beg of you, do not do." Here even the words froze on the water ghost's lips, and the clock struck 1. There was a momentary tremor throughout the ice-bound form, and the moon, coming out from behind a cloud, shone down on the rigid figure of a beautiful woman sculpted in clear, transparent ice. There stood the ghost of Harrowby Hall, conquered by the cold, a prisoner for all time. The heir of Harrowby had won at last, and today in a large storage house in London stands the frigid form of one who will never again flood the house of Oglethorpe with woe and seawater. As for the heir of Harrowby, his success in coping with a ghost had made him famous, a fame that still lingers about him, although his victory took place some 20 years ago. And so far from being unpopular with the fair sex, as he was when we first knew him, he has not only been married twice, but is to lead a third bride to the altar before the year is out. End of The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall.